Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hello, thank you for being here this Saturday. So good to see you. I am so excited about going over these documents with you guys. Trying to get my headphones to connect because they're being ornery right now. I think it's connected. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I greatly appreciate you spending your Sunday with me. Oh my gosh. Hold on just a minute. Sunday. Did I say Saturday? I meant Sunday. My days are all confused. I apologize. I'll get it together in a minute. Lord have mercy. Oh, I ain't been feeling well. I think I'm sick. It's because I'm sick. I got my days confused because I'm sick. That's my lie, and I'll tell it how I want to. No, I really am sick. Okay, let me just not worry about this. Abellis, thank you so much for being here. Mariel, good to see you. Southern Cats, good to see you. Malibu, good to see you. Mustang, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Mariel, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Another one, good to see you. Hannah UK, good to see you. If I'm saying your name wrong, it's because YouTube is putting it up here incorrectly, and I apologize. Mustang, it's good to see you. Hannah UK, good to see you, and thank you for being here. Lord, I'll get it together in a minute. Spencer, good to see you. Carrie Myers, good to see you. Thank you for being here. My lovely Abellis, thank you for being here. UTD, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Madeline, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Tammy, good to see you, and thank you for being here. Ruth Ann, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Bethina, I do believe. Thank you for being here. Westside Crime Show. Good to see you and thank you for being here. Thank you for becoming a member and also being a member for 3 months. um, Westside Crime Show. Westside Crime Show said, "Hooray! I'm going to watch more as I love this channel." Thank you so much for being a member for 3 months and sharing that milestone with us today. That was so amazing of you, and I greatly appreciate the continued support for 3 whole entire months. That is amazing. You are amazing, and I greatly appreciate you so very much. Hold on, I might be able to get my headphones to connect now. Hold on. Okay. I think they're connected now. Yes, I got it. Yay! We got it fixed. Okay. Oh my goodness, Miss Scorpio Rising, thank you so much for the $9.99. I greatly appreciate that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so much. Hey, Kim Gettled. Had to clear my throat. I am sick. Thank you so much, Miss Scorpio Rising. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate the super chat and the heart. Um, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that, and I greatly appreciate you. That was very sweet of you. Thank you so much. I'm all over the place this morning. My brain is not wanting to work. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, Dandy Lioness, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so we got court documents to go over. I don't got no laws and jizz. Laws and jizz. I got coffee and ibuprofen and just, natural remedies, but I took a nap because I wasn't feeling real good, you know what I mean? So I haven't taken anything, but I'm going to get something. But anyway, I have all of these court documents to go over with you guys. Let me get it together. So we're going to go over these court documents real quick that we have. Not real quick. There's actually quite a few. And I was reading through them this morning, y'all, and oh my God, like John Matthaius's, whatever you call it. See my brain. I got to take his declaration. It made me so damn mad. Oh my God, it made me so damn mad because I was reading through the documents and I was just so damn mad. Okay, so let me get YouTube pulled up. We'll listen to the court hearing. Let me at least see what day that was. Sorry about that. This will help me too. Give me a minute to get everything together. Actually, we're going to pull it up over here because I have it. We also have all the exhibits. Like, I don't know where the exhibits go in or start at, but I was thinking maybe we could look at the exhibits. Hold on. Let's see when the court hearing is and what documents come before it, and we'll go through that. It's just like this. I haven't made a video for it. Let me know if y'all can hear that. Exhibits. Hey, Abellis. Exhibit is. Can y'all hear it? Can't hear. Okay. Hold on. I can pull it up this way. I just need to drop. Do do do. J for Justice got it up. This one is from 9/22. So we'll go ahead and listen to it there. Okay, this is going to be the court hearing, and we're going to listen to this from J for Justice podcast. I am going to copy the link and drop it in the chat. I will also put it in the description box in just a minute, as I have it, but I'm not able to. You're not able to hear it. I'm hoping that I can get all of the exhibits. I've got to figure out how to make it where you guys can hear it from my computer, because all the exhibits I have too, which is pretty interesting. So we're going to go through it. Right now we'll listen to this and see what the judge said about this restraining order, and then we'll read some of these documents with more passion and energy, because it's pretty interesting. Good to see you, Chow. Thank you for being here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this. Again, this is from J for Justice podcast. I do believe I just dropped the link. Let me see. I did. And I will pin it to the top and put it in the description box. This is going to be the restraining order in Utah. And this was recorded or happened on September 22nd of 2025.
04055. Can I get counsel to state their appearance for the record?
Dastan Dio for the petitioner.
And James Dunkelberger of the law firm of Bennett, Tuller, Thompson, and Deere for the respondent. And respondent is seated with me at council table.
Thank you. We say your name again.
James Dunkelberger.
Dunkelberger?
Yes, sir.
I haven't done John's I haven't gone over the court documents yet. Like, I've got all the court documents sitting here beside me. It's so much Malibu Surf. But I mean, it's just disgusting. We're gonna listen to this court audio while I get everything together. Pretty much, I should have had it done, and I'm sorry. And then we'll talk about John's declaration, because he talks about his son, and that's where we get to hear about what the child's going through. And I was over here punching air, because they've got this child feeling like his mama is going to get killed or something. And that is their fucking fault. That is their fault for making that little boy feel like he needs to protect his mama to the extent that he does, that they put in this paperwork. If that's true, they are some sick motherfuckers. And I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. But that little boy is feeling like that he's got to telling his mama shit like, if I look at you and I tell you to run, you just run, okay, mama? That is an 8-year-old little boy. Why does he feel like that? What the fuck have you told him? Like, I can't. I'm fucking infuriated with that shit. Oh, I'm a fucking hot bitch. So we're going to listen to this for right now while I get my shit together. I apologize for not having it together. Hey, Miss King.
Okay, counsel, before we get going, do you want to proceed by proffer, and I'll put your clients and witnesses under oath and see if they'll affirm it, or do you want to call up witnesses, cross-examine, direct examine?
I think witnesses, we would prefer calling witnesses not properly.
Okay. We are set for an hour in hearing, so use that as you see fit. I notice I did have a motion to allow some witnesses to appear remotely.
Yes, Your Honor, that's our motion.
Are they out of state?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Petitioner also had a motion to allow one of our disabled witnesses to appear remotely. The court granted that motion, I think, this morning and provided the link. But we did have a request outstanding for other witnesses to appear if necessary.
So you guys would stipulate the witnesses appearing remotely?
I have no objection to that.
Me neither, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, if we could just revisit.
Some of the witnesses are going to appear over Zoom. Hey, Rubber Ramada, good to see you. That kid didn't need to know about any of it at all. Hey, Lorianne, good to see you. I saw Broken Goth this morning on Michelle After Dark. Oh, okay. That's cool.
It's scheduled today, though. There are several declarations filed on each side. Several witnesses probably intend to appear today. 1 hour is an awful short amount of time to get this all done. And if we are going to try to do it in an hour of live testimony, could we have some sort of a guidance from the court on how we split that up, or, you know, how our time is to be spent today?
Yeah, you guys choose how. I mean, I'll make it even, that it's 50% to each of you as to how you want to go about it. I noticed that there was several declarations filed in regards to this. Have the parties had any communication?
No, Your Honor.
A little
The
bit of
parties
procedure,
themselves.
yeah.
Okay.
Since
So the declarations that were filed are extensive. There's the declaration of like Lindsay and John, and let me click over here. So we're on the 22nd. We're on the day that Christina objected, or that document was filed, Christina's objection. But all of these come before that, right? And there's the declaration of John Matthais, the declaration of Lori, declaration of Lindsay, declaration of Janice, declaration of Christina, second declaration of Greyson, Lauren and Greyson's declaration, Lauren's second declaration, Greyson's second declaration. Like, there is an extensive amount of declarations, and most of them, what we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 documents that were filed on the 19th alone. This is 3 days later that this audio recording happens in the court that we're listening to right now.
forgive me, maybe I misunderstood. You mean counsels?
Yeah.
Counsel for party?
Yeah.
Minimal on procedural matters
Is she okay?
last week.
How come there's been no effort to resolve this? Is there a reason why?
Well, from my perspective, it's not.
If you have not subscribed to J for Justice podcast, please do so. Her link is pinned to the top, and I put her link in the description. Yeah, I do declare. Lots of declarations there are. She's just got bad weather. Okay. I haven't texted her yet today. I hope that everything's going okay down there. It looks like rain today here, but not much else. Mr. Speculating's gone out of town for work.
We're against that or opposed to that. It's just the timing of it has been so short between when the injunction was filed and when he appeared, and so there's been a lot of evidence and other briefings to submit and worry about. So we haven't. I would just say it's only because we haven't had a fair chance to do it.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and get started, unless you guys think that some discussion, I can give you a little bit of time if you want to go out and discuss. Do you think that would be fruitful? Otherwise, we'll just get going.
I'm happy to go out with this, Dan, and try to have a quick discussion.
Okay, why don't you guys do that and then come back in and let me know.
Okay, thanks, John. 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell if we're making progress as soon as you can see that we're going one direction or the other, let me know. Thank you, Your Honor. You may have a seat. Okay, counsel, what were we able to work out?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we're not going to be able to come to a stipulation today.
Okay. Let's go ahead and, are you ready to proceed then?
We had one matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, from the petitioner.
Okay, so the petitioner is going to be Lauren Matthais. Listen to this, one matter of housekeeping. Basically, we want to do something before we continue with this hearing today from the petitioner, who is Lauren Matthais. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Hey, Kimmy. See you at 123. I do believe that's you. Good to see you. Sonny's groomer is here and getting my little man all clean and trimmed up. Oh, that's so cool. Kim Gettle, there's a reason why she dropped it other than what she has said. The truth will come out for all to see, and they'll have nobody to blame for their ruin but themselves. I'm wondering if there's something else to it. I'm wondering if she kind of thanked God when law and crime cameras were in there because that gave her a reason to step out. But listen to this.
If that's all right, if I may.
Go ahead.
So, given the nature of the claims and the emotional distress it's caused my client, and considering the audience we have here, my client is requesting that only the necessary parties, those from the respondent's side who will be testifying, be allowed to be in the courtroom to provide her some sort of safety and comfort during these proceedings.
You can hear that he's nervous even asking that. So if I'm understanding correctly, she wants only the people that are testifying from her side to be in the courtroom with that question. She doesn't even want Christina to be there, the person she's going up against, from my understanding.
To the extent we can.
Okay. Mr. Dunkelberger?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd object to that. This is a petition that's been brought by petitioner. She's going to be here in the courtroom, and as respondent, Ms. is entitled to have people here with her. And
Yeah.
He's saying, no, Lauren brought this document against my client, and she's allowed to be here and listen to what's being said and to respond. What are you talking about? No, I haven't. I'll look it up though real quick. Hey, Southern Gal, good to see you. It is bullshit, isn't it?
It's an open courtroom. There's no motion filed to close it. So
It's an open courtroom. There's no motion filed to close it.
and I expect the parties to be here in person when we have a case. So that motion is denied.
And he expects the parties to be there in any case. So that motion is denied. But look right here on October 8th of 2025, they sure did make sure to file that motion because right here, objection to media request 2 redacted. I don't see there's no first objection to media request, but on October 8th, they made sure to get that damn media objection to media request in there quick, fast, and in a damn hurry. Now listen to this.
Now, as to the reality of where we are, how much time does counsel think that realistically you're going to need in this case?
Well, we need at least 2 witnesses, 3 including the petitioner's husband. I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can, but there are
How
a
much
lot
time
of
are you anticipating?
Boy, Your Honor, I had anticipated having the whole day, honestly. Or at least half.
They want the whole day to go through this bullshit. Hidden True Crimes subscribers. I'm subscribed. Is at 320,000. They were at 317,000 as of the time of the filing of all these documents. I heard that she gained 5,000 when she dropped all the talking about the stalking and all that. So maybe she lost like 3,000. That's only if she gained 5,000, because that would have put her at what, 22,000. So, and she's at 320,000. So she might have lost 2,000 subs, but that's all I can tell. Yeah, 320,000. So, all right, let's get back over here.
Half the day.
Where did the notice go out?
Hey, sweet.
This was continued, if I remember correctly.
I unsubscribed. Hold on.
Of loss.
Let me hush my mouth and see what she's
Including,
saying.
actually 3, including the petitioner's husband. I'll try to get through as
Let me
quickly as I can,
unstep
but
it
there are
Well, how
a
much
lot.
time are you anticipating?
Boy, Your Honor, I had anticipated having the whole day, honestly. So, or at least half.
Quickly, I just unsubscribed. And another one said, I unsubscribed. Anyone in their chat that questioned their narrative, the comments were deleted. They only wanted the Kleenex givers. I bet. I definitely see that as being true. I am not a hidden gem anymore. Look, I just unsubscribed. See? Subscribe. Not a hidden gem anymore. I'm even more hidden than I was before. I'll stay hidden right over here at Speculation Station. She is always she always has a panicked look on her face. She does. You can't impede the First Amendment speech just because you don't like what's being said. She needs to grow up and get off the internet. Exactly. You can't sit there and talk shit in text messages and then get upset and throw a fucking fit in the fucking courtroom to the extent that you took it to the fucking courtroom when you don't want your shit put on Front Street. Stop talking shit. End of. That's all. That's it. That's all. Don't talk shit. I
Half the
mean,
day.
Where did the notice
pretty
go out?
fucking simple. Hey, Jamie.
Continued, if I remember correctly. Percentage of loss. Friday after.
Yeah,
That's correct. And then it was rescheduled to Monday, the 20th, from the 17th to the 22nd.
So I'm not sure why when we scheduled it at 4, why you'd anticipate you would have a half day or a whole day.
You're right. That I might have misread that. Read too much into it, but it was rescheduled for 11 a.m. So,
So how much time are you anticipating?
Hey,
That's,
Gerald Campbell.
hours.
Good to see you.
how many hours?
At least 3.
On your case in chief?
Yeah.
Mr. Dunkelberger?
So we were prepared today because of the short time frame to proceed
Right.
primarily by proffer. We understood that that's what was going to happen today, given the short amount of time. Brief opening statement, proffer the witnesses, some cross-examination in a hurry, and then be out. We are prepared to accordion to the court's convenience on this. Certainly, if the other side's entitled to 3 hours, we'd ask for parity, but we think that you could do it in substantially less time. It just depends on how they want to do it.
Okay.
I have a suggestion, Your Honor. Pending before the court is our ex parte motion to enforce the temporary stalking injunction. Perhaps if we proceeded to resolve that motion, that may resolve the entire matter. If, in other words, I guess what I'm saying is perhaps we can achieve what we need to by simply ruling on that motion. And then if it's granted, then that resolves the issue. And if it's not, then we can, I guess, readdress and plan at that.
Like her lawyer here even seems to be like kind of sidestepping and feeling like, he's kind of out of place here because I think he feels like an idiot trying to defend her bullshit. Jamie said a 9-hour live and 2 days in court. Right. All because you sent some text messages that people are going to put out talking shit, running your damn mouth too much and your ass couldn't back it up. Running that mouth where your ass can't back it up and now you're upset and you don't want the shit out because it can make your company look bad. That's your own damn fault. when you are texting, when you are out here doing these things and communicating with business associates, you need to treat it like you are the face of your business. If this is your business, if this is your income, if this is your way, this is how you make a living, you depend on this money every month, then fucking act like it. I need you to fucking act like it and not be out here talking shit and acting like, oh, we're in the know and we're going to keep people from sitting with the victims because, we have the right to do that. We have the authority to do that because they like us, and we're going to keep you from getting anywhere near them and getting any kind of content. I mean, karma's a bitch. And I mean, at the end of the day, again, as I've said over and over and over again, don't talk shit. Treat the company like it's your fucking company. That's it. That's all. I saw on Turtle Boy that her lawyer is her brother. So if true, she's getting free legal while the other girl has to actually pay for her legal defense. I certainly hope not. I've got the name of her lawyer. Pace Johnson Law Group. So we'll look it up and see. Hidden True Crime needs to reevaluate a lot of things, in my opinion. You need to pay $15 a month just to get access to her Patreon, and her highest tier is $50 a month. Who the fuck does she think she is charging? Who the fuck does she think she is charging fans that much? Sorry, who the fuck does she think she is charging fans that much? Right. That's insane to me and sick and money hungry. So, I mean, again, talking shit like this, I mean, she probably deserves it. Being money hungry person like that. Lord, my brain is moving too fast and my mouth ain't wanting to go with it. A 9-hour live about all her tells you all you need to know. Exactly. Exactly. Who the fuck is choosing to pay that is another question. Patreon, Discord. I mean, there's both of them, and they're both like got me over here going, "Da fuck?" Exactly. They're the ones who I've heard called their subscribers fans. They're the only ones. Yeah, that's sick to me too. That puts you on a level above your people, your supporters, the people who support you. Like I don't like calling people fans. That's sick. Hello, everybody getting in. Thank you for being here. I'm getting my brain together still. We're working on it. We're getting through it.
Mr. Dunkelberger?
That's the tail wagging the dog, Your Honor. I mean, we have 28 days, from the notice. As far as I'm aware, I don't think the court has issued a hearing. I know there was a request to expedite it. I didn't really see grounds to expedite it. There's some pretty serious allegations, and frankly, we were expecting it would go the other way around. If today the temporary order is not extended and made permanent, then that's going to make the court's resolution of that issue a lot easier.
Well, it'd also make it moot because if let's say I ruled in favor of your client, Mr. Dale, on the motion to enforce, and then later I ruled that there shouldn't have been a stalking injunction, well, I guess I can go because there is an ex parte one in place.
So there is an ex parte order in place, but he's already ruled that there shouldn't be a stalking injunction. Cara said, go look, I get the $5 a month for FOIA documents because that's a lot of hard work. However, $15 just to chat with her. See, that's stupid to me. Hey, Orange Rose. She does. She fancies herself a major celebrity. $15 just to talk to her? Like, no, absolutely not. What? I don't understand that. And people that are like these people who want to talk to you, who are in your chat, they are supporting you. They are there watching your content. They are sometimes donating memberships and super chats and all of the things. Like they support you. They are the reason you are able to do what you are able to do. Like, why would you charge them extra to talk to you? What the fuck? Like you should be doing, I mean, even if I get that she's got a big channel, okay, like, but even at that, maybe do like membership live streams where you talk to everybody, where you just sit and have a live stream and hang out with the entire chat and talk to everybody. If you don't get to talk to everybody when you go live because there's like 1,000 people in chat. Like that's how you do it. Not charge $15 just to talk to somebody. Absolutely not. You have to pay to take up my time. Like, fuck that. I would unsubscribe so fast. She also asked the judge to make her stalker pay for the attorney fees. That's insane. She started this. She needs to pay for them for her own nonsense. Yes, she does. And I mean, yeah, I can't wait. We're gonna read these declarations. Just wait till I read John's. Let me look and see about the brother being a lawyer. Yeah, please again, this is from JS for Justice podcast. And her link is pinned to the top and it's in the description box. If you have not subscribed, please do so. She's got a lot of great stuff going on over there. Thank you, Hannah, for that. $15 is cheap for cosmetic advice. Hey, Hio, are you okay down there? You doing all right down there with the weather?
Okay, have a seat. Let me think through something. Thank you for your arguments.
Your Honor, may I respond to one thing he said?
Sure.
Thank you. The standard in that is applicable to the ex parte motion and the enforcement of the temporary civil stalking injunction is completely separate and irrelevant to the issuance of a permanent stalking injunction. The temporary one was issued and it was effective and there were violations of it. Whether or not the court decides to continue that and issue a permanent stalking injunction is a separate question. So I would argue that we can proceed on just the ex parte motion today.
But didn't I just see a request to submit just barely filed on 9/17? So just 5 days ago?
I'd have to check the date myself, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So I do think that there is a preparation time. We do have to give due processes. If they weren't prepared to argue that today, it's not fair to throw it on them and put that in there. Let me just look at a couple things here.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I looked it up and I found this. This is, first I saw this. Lauren Matthais, welcome to Lauren Matthais' personal site. From 18 hours ago, Lauren Matthais has worked as a reporter and anchor for ABC, NBC, and Fox News in East Idaho, Boise, Idaho, and Salt Lake City, Utah. She spent a decade reporting on, and so I clicked on it, and this is what pops up. Lauren Matthais. About Lauren. Lauren Matthais has worked as a reporter and anchor for ABC, NBC, and Fox News in East Idaho, Boise, Idaho, and Salt Lake City, Utah. She spent a decade reporting on a diverse range of topics, from high-profile crimes to presidential visits. Most recently, she reported for Salt Lake City's ABC affiliate, News 4 Utah and Southern Utah. In 2015, she received the Idaho State Broadcasters Association Best Reporter Award, in addition to receiving the Best Report of the Year in 2015 based upon a short documentary she did on LGBTQ rights. Look, I'm getting choked up trying to be a snark. She recently left the reporting world to stay home with her son and to produce and edit the Hidden True Crime podcast and Hidden True Crime YouTube channel. She is also the author of the book Escaping Emotional Abuse. She currently works as the executive producer of the Hidden Podcast on YouTube channel and as a relationship coach assisting women in abusive relationships. Really, I would love to know the last time she assisted a woman in an abusive relationship. Here is, I guess, where she was a news anchor. And it says Lauren Johnson. Now, looking at these documents, talking about her brother possibly being the lawyer, the lawyers listed on the document is Richard L. Sanders, Daston M. Dio, but they're from the Pace Johnson Law Group. So unless she could be related to Pace Johnson, because I guess her maiden name was Lauren Johnson. Y'all want to see her way back
friends
when?
gather in Boise to remember 21-year-old Zachariah Peterson, who was shot and killed.
What?
Well, friends gather in Boise to remember 21-year-old Zachariah Peterson, who was shot and killed last night near the Boise Depot.
And tonight, police have a suspect behind bars charged with
that
murder. On Your Side's Lauren Johnson joins us live from the vigil with the very latest.
Roland and Michelle, you can see that vigil just finished up. We have remnants here of candles that have been lit. Many people did show up, and I spoke to many of those friends of Zach Peterson's. They say that he was a dedicated father and caring friend. Take a look.
I felt like my whole world just came down. Just every time I look at him, I see his dad.
Okay, why did she go from doing this though to doing the YouTube podcast? Like, was she not making enough money doing that or something? I mean, it seems to me like she would have stayed a news anchor unless they told her that they were good and they didn't want her anymore. Her voice has changed. I saw that, y'all.
And I feel numb. It can't be happening.
This candlelight vigil
Wait a
marks the
minute.
scene of a tragedy. It's where
And I feel numb.
Look at how close she's holding that microphone to that baby's face. Like the way she's holding the microphone, it's right in front of the baby's face. Like, what are you doing? Get that thing away. That I don't know. That's weird for me. They kicked her to the curb. Imagine that. She had a baby. Oh, COVID hit, then she had a baby, et cetera, et cetera. They kicked her to the curb, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
It's just
Like, look. Could you move the microphone up a little bit or something? Get it out of the baby's face?
happening.
This candlelight vigil marks the scene of a tragedy. It's where Zachariah Peterson was shot 24 hours before the vigil began, here at the well-known Boise Depot. Peterson was murdered Wednesday night.
That man got so mad over an argument that he took a life of a dad, a son, a brother.
Those who knew him remember Peterson as a father, a brother, and a friend.
It did change my life in a kind of a way, you know. I mean, I was a troubled kid a couple years ago, and, you know, he sat me down and almost kind of put me in check, you know what I mean? Told me what was really.
He almost put me in check, you know what I mean? Crunchy Frog, good to see you. Said, I feel bad for Lauren. I think she has always tried to do a good job. She obviously has some issues, but I'm not all about jumping all over her shit. And I get that, and I apologize because I am kind of jumping on her shit, and I can see that, and I can realize and recognize that I'm doing that, and I don't mean to offend anybody genuinely. I'm a bit annoyed. And when we read some of these documents, it might become a little bit more clear. I don't know. My issue is that she's calling somebody a stalker and wanting everybody to attack this woman. And I mean, just wait until you hear John's declaration. He wants her in jail and all kinds of things, and they want to cost this woman money and make her pay out the ass because the woman has text messages from Lauren that Lauren doesn't want released because it can make her company look bad. And she was talking shit. Like, I mean, I just think that if you're going to talk shit, like she shouldn't be doing this if she was talking shit about the victims. She shouldn't be doing this. You don't do that. Like when you have a however much money she's making every month, when you're making that much money every month, you have to be very careful. You have to protect your business. And she wasn't doing that. I get irritated, but I don't mean to be mean about it. And I apologize if I come off that way. Her brother's names are Clark Johnson, Adrian Johnson, and Pace Johnson. Thank you. So it is the Pace Johnson Law Group. And you'll see it on the documents when I pull it up. Because I'm looking at it right here, Pace Johnson Law Group. So if that's the case, then yeah, her brother could be representing her. In my opinion, I think some of this has to do with her ego too. I think she's probably told herself she could do better on her own. I think a lot of it has to do with her ego. I'm jumping on her shit because as much as she knows about the courts and she does this, you know, the judges can throw us out the courts. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she filed stalking claims. Like if you wanted to do anything, maybe try to go for defamation or something, not outright stalking. Have we seen what she said yet? I kind of come and go from this story, so I don't know if that actually came out. we're going over the court documents today. We reviewed what Lauren said for the past 2 days, and I played one small segment from Lori, the friend. Now I've got a lot of exhibits that Lauren has to go with her stuff. I'm hoping that they'll play, and we're going to go through that today. So, yeah.
Going down and told me, you need to get your act together and stay out of trouble. So, I mean, he was always there for me no matter what it was, even if I needed a place to stay, he always had me, so.
One man sits behind bars. 24-year-old Brandon Barr is accused of murder of the first degree. Investigators say Barr knew Peterson, and witnesses say an argument took place before the shooting. On Thursday, friends of Peterson, who are still waiting for answers, mourned the loss of their friend.
If I could see him right now, obviously I wish I would have said goodbye, but I love him, I love him, and I love his family, so if they need anything, they know where to find me, so definitely.
She's playing mean girl games. I mean, exactly, Tammy. She's comparing mean girl games to stalking. It's not even close to a true stalker, and she's playing mean girl games. And then using the court system, thinking that she's so big and bad and important that she can go to court and have the court join in on her mean girl games, in my opinion.
Definitely here for all of them.
Again, Barr was arraigned in court today, charged with first-degree murder. He was denied any bond. We still do not yet know a motive, but we will continue to bring updates as they come. Live at the Boise Depot, Lauren Johnson, 6 on your side.
So, hold on. Dang it. Hold on, I'll pull it back up. I don't know when she made this page or if she just made it. It says after logging hours of conversation on the phone, John drove 10 hours to meet Lauren in person in Boise, Idaho. Lauren went live with this tragic story of a young father homicided, and right after met up with John for a late night dinner. Over tacos, they discussed the ongoing investigation and Lauren's interviews for the reports. It was a tragic story, and homicides do not happen every day in Boise. They talked about the impact on the families and how the victim's child would grow up not knowing his father. It was their first in-person conversation about true crime. Several years later, after marriage and a child of their own, John and Lauren connected two USB microphones to a laptop computer over dinner during the pandemic in June of 2020 and started the Hidden True Crime podcast, thereby bringing their conversations about crime to a broader audience. John and Lauren continue to talk about crime over dinner and to produce their podcast while acknowledging the victims and sharing their belief that an understanding of crime provides a deeper understanding of ourselves. Even in this photo, he's taking the lead as the protector. I don't know. There's something weird about their relationship that I don't like, but I don't want to talk about their relationship because, I'm not part of it. I don't know. I didn't see. I wasn't there. Thank you so much, Jamie Cook, for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you for giving the gift of more videos to a wider audience. Those memberships went to Stargaze, Oilite, RHLB, Pretend Judge, Mary Ann Charles, Gen X Jenny, and 4 Weeks Hyperstasis. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships, Jamie. I greatly appreciate it. And if you guys were gifted from Jamie, please tell Jamie thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Again, I greatly appreciate the support, and I will grab the haunted train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much again, Jamie. That was so very sweet of you. I greatly appreciate you. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Look, Avella's got the ghost with the train. That's so cool. Thank you. I hope everything's okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to offend you, Crunchy, specifically. Hoping these court documents will shed some light. We're gonna go over John's declaration. We're gonna start going over some court documents in just a second when I get done reading this. But like even this, I know he is her protector, and he presents himself as such. But like even watching them go through their response to the 9 hour live, as somebody put, Lauren responded to herself. So watching them do that, she seemed annoyed with him, and he just got a bunch of books and related it to the psychology of the situation, while saying that the big four when it comes to stalking, and that she definitely had a stalker. No, no, she don't. Like there's women out here that are afraid for their lives that actually do get stalked. I mean let's talk about the boy up in the north. I don't know if it was Massachusetts or New England or something, that just ran over the two girls from his school. I mean, they tried to get orders because that boy was sitting outside their house with a fucking Jeep sitting outside in the damn park across the street, and they still couldn't. They tried, he was sending child pornography and shit, and they filed paperwork, and the girl still got killed by him and her friend on the e-bike. And Lauren's out here saying that she's stalking just because she's going to put out text messages that Lauren herself wrote. Like, I just can't get down with that. Shraddha has been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much, Shraddha, for the continued support for 7 months. I greatly appreciate you, and thank you so much for sharing that milestone with us. Shraddha says, thanks, AS and Speculation Station. Thank you. Thank you, Speculating Family. Thank you, Shraddha. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. The stalker had bought and paid for her trip and tickets to CrimeCon before Lauren did, yet Lauren shows up and gets her stalker kicked out of CrimeCon for violating her one party private protective order. Right, exactly. She didn't get a say in that protective order, and then the judge even says, like, why would you go to an area where your stalker's at? It seems like you should be the one trying to exit the place. You know what I mean? Anyway, Lauren, with their relationship, she seems annoyed. And I don't know, that don't even look like her now. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, or I just personally, I think that Lauren looks prettier in this picture than she does now. Like now she's got like a bunch of stuff in her cheeks or something. I don't know. I think she looks a lot prettier here. That's just my opinion. It continues on the first season of the podcast, quote, Beyond the Veil, unquote. Lauren and John discuss the Chad and Lori Daybell case in depth. Lauren's reporting career started in East Idaho, where Chad Daybell lived and where multiple homicides happened. Lauren was most recently employed by Salt Lake City's ABC affiliate, where she reported in southern Utah, the place where Lori and Chad allegedly met. Somebody just wrote this. There's a hidden true crime website that you can look. Oh, Escaping Emotional Abuse by Lauren Matthais, A Healing Journey. You can purchase it. Let's see how much it is. It's $26.98. That's about normal for a book, I would think. Many books have been written about toxic relationships and emotional abuse, but few provide such an honest, emotionally wrenching insider account of the destruction of a seemingly happy relationship. Join Lauren as she moves through what appeared to be a happy relationship to an emotional nightmare. Along the way, you will learn about all the signs and symptoms of a toxic relationship firsthand and discover Lauren's reactions and strategies for survival. You will also follow Lauren as she discovers hope and healing and finds what she is really looking for in a healthy relationship. Few books capture the brutally honest experiences and stories of emotional abuse as does Lauren's book, which will help you grow and heal along the way. And that's it. This is the Hidden True Crime website. I need to stop messing around, and we need to get to it. Hold on. So going back to the original question, I do believe that it lost connection. Hold on. Let me just close it. Going back to the original question, I do believe her brother is representing her. All right, we're going to continue to listen to some of this from the judge. Shraddha said, oh my goodness, she even wrote a book. Good grief. he did not take her own advice. She did not she did not take her own advice. I liked her old face better too. Reminiscent of Hildebrandt, or just me? A little bit, in my opinion. What are we doing?
By proffer. It doesn't sound like either party, well, it sounds like one party is willing to proceed by proffer, the other wants to call witnesses. And we certainly do not have enough time to do it today, to get everything in. So what I'm suggesting is I'd like to set this for October 16th. And in that time, I could give you, can't give you the whole day, but I can give you a good portion of it.
That's what it seems
Does
like to me. She's
October
more
16th
diabolical
work?
than anything.
Counsel for petitioner is available that day, but my client's still checking.
There's a bunch of whispering going on.
It works scheduling wise, but I'm going to object.
Okay, Mr. Dunkelberger, I heard you say you're going to object. Go ahead and state your objection.
Yeah, just for the record, thank you, Your Honor. It was noticed for today. We asked for a stipulated continuance. We didn't get it. We moved for continuance. It was continued 3 business days. We have witnesses here from out of state to be sworn in to testify regarding their affidavits to proceed by proffer. It was scheduled patently for an hour. If counsel was unprepared to present petitioner's case within the time allotted, then it was sort of incumbent on him to contact the court and to determine how much time would be available. In the meantime, my client's civil rights have been severely impeded by the temporary order. We'd like to have her day in court. A continuance of almost a month severely prejudices her. We've got that's recalling witnesses that have come from out of state. And we prepared because the court told us to be in court today, and we prepared for the time that the court had to give us. And it's simply prejudicial and unfair to respondent to have it continued at this point.
So they're saying that basically her First Amendment rights are being trampled on, and they don't want to have it continued that far. And I agree with them. Evidently, okay. So this started with Crunchy Frog said, I just remembered she had talked about having skin cancer surgery, and I think it was on her face. Maybe that's what started with all the filler. I didn't know that. I didn't, and I asked. It says yes. Lauren Matthais has had a skin cancer scare. She revealed that she underwent skin cancer surgery after noticing an abnormal growth on her nose. I think it was just a scare, maybe like, sometimes you'll have a mole and they'll remove it for that reason. But the filler and stuff, like here, that's not to do with her nose necessarily. But I get wanting to be pretty, like you're on camera, you're on a podcast, and you feel like you need to do all of the things. I don't know. I think it's too much personally. And like I said, I think she looked better back then. But that's just my opinion. I'm sorry that she was had a skin cancer scare or possibly had skin cancer. That's horrible. But I don't think that that's has to do with the cheek filler and stuff like that. But me, like, I'm the type of I prefer a more natural look anyway. But I am sorry that she went through that. I have Grok, the AI from X, working on finding the word with the most long I sounds on them so I can super chat. But I think it's probably going to be a pharmaceuticals. Oh my goodness. Chow, you're so funny.
Particularly when counsel had every opportunity to stipulate to a continuance and make sure that the court would have time to hear
We're going to listen to this
hours of
part and then we're going to
testimony.
get into the police.
And that's our objection, Your Honor.
How many witnesses do you have from that state?
We have 2 here today.
Okay. Mr. Dale, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I don't think it's fair to put that on us. I mean, the hearing was set for 11 a.m. I'm sorry, but and there was no mention or notice that it would only be an hour. I apologize, but we were prepared to examine many witnesses to prove our case. Counsel had the same information, opposing counsel had the same information we did. For him to assume that he could call in witnesses today to examine them all in an hour, I mean, it's equally to blame. That's not a reason for to say that he was prejudiced. So, Your Honor, I guess I defer to the court on that. But,
Okay, here's what we're going to do.
What are we going to do?
What I'm going to do is we're going to get this on the record. We've got 2 out-of-state witnesses. I'm going to bring their testimony. I'm going to have you put them on the stand. We're going to continue this for the morning of October 16th. We're going to put these 2 witnesses on the stand right now, and we will let them testify. You can cross-examine them. Everybody should be prepared to do that because we've discussed it. And then we can, because your argument, Mr. Dale, is hey, we were planning on.
Okay, so they're about to put 2 witnesses on the stand. Let's go ahead and get into some of these documents. We're going to start with the police report. Now, the first page starts in July, but a couple of pages down, it goes to June 19th. So we're going to start there. I think that's about as far back as it goes. Again, thank you, Hio, for these documents. I greatly appreciate you getting them to me. Jenny Jen, good to see you, love. Oh, not by the hair of my Jenny Jen Jen. Chow, you're so funny. Okay, so this is an incident recorded by the Henderson Police Department. It's an incident report. And the date was June 19th of 2025 at 14:50, which I do believe would be 2:50 p.m. Yeah, 2:51. So we've got the date and time. June 19th of 2025 at 2:51 p.m. there was a comment, and it says the type that they were called out there for was threats or harassment. So PRS, I don't know what that abbreviation means. Boss is an influencer and thinks they are being extorted online by ex-employees. And then at 4:01, there's an abbreviation WPR. And then at 4:39, we get the victims. So we've got Greyson, which is an assistant to the victim, and then that's person 1. Person 2 is Lauren Matthais, and that's the person who's reporting. Person 3 is Jennifer, a TV host correspondent for Law and Crime Network, contributor on News Nation and Court TV. So that's Jennifer, whatever her name is, from Law and Crime. And then it says Nevada revised statutes criminalizes various computer crimes, including obtaining personal information from a computer system or network without authorization. It also prohibits the unauthorized interception of wire communication, which include text messages. No request was made for money and no timeline made of when the information may be released. Ex-employees are suspected of sending encrypted emails, quote, threatening, unquote, to expose Lauren's emails and text messages that could do harm to her business, and re-victimize victims she has worked with in the past. No non-disclosure agreement or NDAs with ex-employees. Lauren has shared some passwords with ex-employees. Some media persons advised they received some copies of emails and texts from another party, possibly an ex-employee. Only one email sent to Lauren advising of possibly putting information out to the media, claiming Lauren is not being truthful. The email came from a Proton account. In reference to NRSs, no text messages were intercepted and no proof of person one being no proof of the information being accessed or shared. I'm going to stop right there for a minute. Again, the issue here appears to be that Lauren let them get a hold of, sent emails, sent text messages, what have you. There's information out here where she's talking shit. She should have never been out there talking shit and saying things that could hurt her business or re-victimize victims. How are the victims going to be re-victimized? My only assumption that I can make is because it's going to hurt them to know what you said about them. But it's also, that shit ain't right, okay? It's just not right to be sitting there and talking about somebody through a text message or behind somebody's back. When they walk away, you and somebody else laugh a little bit to yourself to an inside joke because y'all know y'all just sat there and talked shit about that person. I've been that person that somebody was talking shit about. I'm sure all of you have at one point or another in your life too. And that's bullshit. You shouldn't do it. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy for the shit. Treat your business, like it is your livelihood if you claim it is. Treat these victims with respect, like you should be, like you claim you do. And then you never have to worry about this. Yeah, she wrote the book on abuse. Let me just have a seat now. Because she wrote the whole damn book on it, I can't. I have no sympathy for the shit. I have no sympathy for the high school bullshit. Her own words being used against her. Boo-hoo, cry harder, Lauren. And that's where I'm at with it. That's it exactly. They already know. They have been sent proof. Chloe's mom, good to see you. The victims and everything, the ones she was talking shit about, Dandy said she let her mouth overload her ass and now she's doing damage control. And that's it.
Boom, 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 bam.
Don't be letting your mouth write checks that ass can't cash. But again, I mean, all of this could have been avoided if you had just treated your business like the business it is. Go out there every day representing your business with respect and integrity, and you never have to worry about this. Don't say it if you don't want it repeated. Exactly. Malibu, she's got a son, and his name's not important. He's 8. Greyson is her assistant that evidently possibly might live with her, that she's treating like her child. The victims already know what they said. Yeah. Like Trooper Proctor. Rachel said, sadly, the victims' families are a mean to an end for Lauren. It's disgusting. Exactly. I agree. I have no sympathy for Lauren, and I do hope it affects her business. Exactly. I mean, that's what she deserves, right? Oh, okay. People talk shit about me, but I don't give a fuck. I know karma's a bitch, and what goes around comes around, and it always happens to the best of us. Exactly. That recording played the last 5 minutes at some point when the judge said it's very enlightening. I'll find a timestamp. Okay. Let me continue. Okay. In reference to NRSs, no text messages were intercepted and no proof was of the information being accessed or shared. Quote, victim, unquote, is concerned about iCloud and Gmail possibly being hacked. That I advised the victim of Electronics Communications Privacy Act, or ECPA, laws in the U.S. Possession, NRS something, also makes it a misdemeanor to deliver defamatory statements to an editor or publisher if information is released. Person 4, redacted, an ex-employee as of July 2024, is suspected of releasing information to third parties. Person 5, redacted, Charlotte, ex-employee as of July 2024, does not seem to be a part of the text message sharing. Then at 6:14 p.m., we get further clarification. No emails or Gmail hacked or shared. No iCloud hacked, text messages saved via screenshot between victim and suspect during employment of suspect. I did not find extortion. Threats pertain to this situation. information on cyber stalking laws using text messages for cyber stalking, which includes publishing or distributing information to increase the risk of harm or violence to the victim, is a Category C felony in Nevada. In summary, sharing text messages with a third party without the consent of all involved parties in Nevada could be considered unlawful and may lead to criminal charges, including felony penalties and civil lawsuits for invasion of privacy. It's crucial to understand these privacy regulations before sharing any personal communications. So, there, I mean, a civil lawsuit is mentioned. Why wouldn't she go after a civil lawsuit instead of a stalking document? Or a defamation or something like that. Like pursue it, a civil lawsuit or a defamation lawsuit, a lawsuit instead of a stalking injunction that could lead to jail or worse, per John Matthais. God almighty. Okay, I'll play it. We'll listen to it after we listen to this real quick. Shelby said, popping in to say, hey, hope you're having a good stream. Good to see you, Shelby. Good to see you. I hope you have a good day. Independent contractors are not employees. I hope she figures that out. Good point. Lauren's cattier than her leopard coat. She is. She is. She is. We ride at dawn. Twisted Quill, good to see you. Yep, lawsuits don't get the publicity, and that's probably why she didn't go and do it that way. And even if it's dropped, it still shows up on the record, right? Maybe I haven't yet. No, I will though. I promise. I'm sorry. I've had a lot going on. I will. I'm sorry, Shelby. I will. I feel bad. I mean to keep reading emails and then I forget. So I sincerely apologize. I will make sure I get to that today. I've got to go pick my son up later today, so I'll definitely be doing some more work this evening. Is the stream at 6:30 tonight? I'm going to check it out. Okay. To simplify, the person or victim Lauren believes is the suspected ex-employee Stephanie sent company personal text messages content to third party Jennifer. No direct proof. Lauren is concerned if text messages are released to the public that her reputation will suffer and the victims of crimes she worked with in the past will be re-victimized. Most info from the third party is hearsay. Stephanie was sent cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer on April 9th of 2025. Text messages have supposedly been shared with third-party contractor and Jennifer after the cease and desist order was delivered or served. Per request from the person or victim, I attempted to contact Jennifer, Stephanie, and Colette, and I left voicemail with all requesting a callback. On the phone with Stephanie, on the phone with Jennifer at 6:57 and 7:06. Stephanie advised she has not shared information or text with anyone. She was concerned it could be Lauren's newer friends. The newer friends and employees had contacted her and asked about working relationship. She thinks Lauren does not know who it is, so she keeps blaming the wrong people. Jennifer advised she received an anon email with past text messages where Lauren spoke poorly about her. There were a lot of other people, quote, tagged, unquote, in the email. She believes Lauren is concerned about being exposed due to Lauren talking about other people to include victims in her stories and podcasts. Jennifer believes this is all drama and does not want to be a part of it. Jennifer referenced hearing other things being said, but from or about people she doesn't know. She advised she does not plan on doing anything with the information or text. In a follow-up conversation with Lauren, she mentioned the third-party contractor named Christina, whom ex-employee Stephanie mentioned as well. Lauren also mentioned an Evan, who is known to do some hacking in the past and befriended Lauren recently. I advised Lauren on the applicable laws and civil issues pertaining to the situation. The threats were vague, and there is no proof from a direct source that text messages have been shared by a specific person. Person 6, Christina, ex-contractor that worked for Lauren. Phone number for Christina was a Google Voice number. I left a voicemail requesting a callback. And that's the end of that one. Then we go to July. Hey, Lala. Good to see you. Let's go back up to July. Okay, July 3rd, 2025 at 4:08 p.m. gives me, I guess, the name, the reference to the other incident number, because this is a follow-up. On July 3rd, attempted to contact Christina per email received from her as the follow-up on initial call, no answer, and left a voicemail. Christina returned my call at approximately 18-19 hours. Something, but basically the voice recorder recorded and labeled with its original incident number. Christina advised she did not make copies of text messages, although during conversation alluded to having copies. The discussion changed to a comment of maybe she should start giving copies to protect herself in the future. Additional conversation mentioned how Lauren is worried about her reputation and seems to be using the police to basically scare other people. At 7:09 on the 3rd, she mentioned Lauren has made many statements about others that will make Lauren look bad if the statements were to get out to the public. We talked about Nevada law for two-party consent with recording phone calls. I previously observed Nevada case law that included text messages. Christina asked about how Nevada law would affect her if she does not live in Nevada, and she wanted to know what case law the two-party text message was connected with. Ditech Financial LLC versus Buckles, Nevada Supreme Court, September 14th of 2017. That's the case law they're citing that talks about the two-party recording in Nevada. So he's giving her the case law that supports it. So it seems like the police were on Lauren's side somewhat in the beginning by giving Christina the Supreme Court law that says she can't do what she was doing. So it continues, that law prohibits a person from recording a telephone call unless both parties participating in the call consent to the recording. In response to a certified question submitted by the United States District Court for the District of Nevada, the Supreme Court of Nevada considered whether that statute applies to telephone recordings made by a party outside Nevada who uses equipment outside Nevada to record telephone conversations with a person in Nevada without that person's consent. The original proceeding arose out of a class action lawsuit brought by Sanford Buckles against Ditech Financial in the limited liability in the United States District Court for the District of Nevada. Ditech, a Delaware limited liability company, is a home mortgage servicer that was headquartered in Minnesota at the time Buckles initiated the underlying litigation. Although Ditech is now headquartered in Florida, it has customer call centers equipped to record telephone calls in Arizona and Minnesota. Buckles is a Nevada resident whose home mortgage is serviced by Ditech. In his complaint, Buckles alleged Ditech violated the code by unlawfully recording certain telephone conversations without Buckles' consent. Ditech moved to dismiss the complaint, arguing that statute does not apply to telephone calls recorded by a person's and on equipment located outside of Nevada, and if the statute does apply, the extraterritorial application of NRS code would violate the United States Constitution due process clause and dormant commerce clause. The federal court concluded that the statute does not apply to recordings made outside of Nevada by Ditech. Ditech's motion to dismiss is due to be granted. If the statute applies to telephone recordings made outside of Nevada by Ditech, however, this court must decide Ditech's constitutional challenge. Okay, it continues to go over all of that statute, and evidently it was thrown out. He's explaining this to her. So let me try to get past all of this. It is unlawful for any person to intercept or attempt to intercept any wire communication unless the interception or attempted interception is made with prior consent of one of the parties of the communication. Then they talk about California. It's talking about consent that people have to give in order to be recorded in Nevada. So he told her this case law. And says it applies to telephone calls and text messages. And that's the end of that one. She filed in Utah because her brother is an attorney from Utah, in my opinion. Yeah, and the attorney listed on all of the documents is Pace Johnson Law Group, and Pace Johnson is allegedly her brother. Possibly a stupid question, but why would you claim you were hacked when you gave your employees your password? Also, she should know this being a journalist. How many past and political issues were brought to light because of a reporter or employee gained access to text, emails, and files not privy for their eyes? And current. Exactly. Exactly, Cara. Yep. The problem is, again, I think she let her mouth write a check that her ass can't cash and let all the, I mean, was sitting there feeling like she was high and mighty talking shit about people in this mean girl group. And when they turned on her, she didn't like it. And she said, "Oh, you're turning on me? Do you know who the fuck I am? I'm Lauren Matthais with Hidden True Crime Channel. You're not turning the fuck on me. Hell no. Let me get the law involved in this shit and my fuck shit." And I'm saying, ma'am, no ma'am. No ma'am. Take 15 motherfucking seats right now. Sit down in one, stand up, sit down again 15 motherfucking times, because that's how many times it's going to take for you to understand that you need to sit the fuck down. In my opinion, allegedly. That's just my opinion. It's Difficult Research channel on YouTube. Oh yeah, G's. I will drop her link. Okay, Apellis. Kay's daughter. Yeah, I will. I will drop her link in just a minute. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'll drop the link in just a minute. And before we leave. Now I have this. The next thing we get is August 27, Greyson and Lauren's declaration redacted. So we need Greyson and Lauren's together. Let me pull that up. Greyson and Lauren's declaration filed 8/28. Okay. Yeah, that's what we have. We're going to see what they said. Yeah, I've got it here. Okay. So this is Greyson and Lauren's declarations for courts. This was filed August 28th. So again, what we just read, the police report was from June and July. Now we're at August. Christina, it's Lauren Matthais as the petitioner versus Christina. And it says, "I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me, that they are accurate and to the best of my knowledge. My name is Greyson. I am over the age of 18 years old, and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am an employee of the petitioner. I met Christina in May of 2024. After meeting her, I never had much contact with her until October of 2024. After that, I became friendly with Christina. I began doing some work for Lauren that same month before transitioning to full-time work shortly thereafter. Lauren had hired Christina to do graphic design work, and I would oftentimes be more or less the one overseeing what was being done, requesting things needed, and scheduling calls if needed." Why wasn't Lauren doing that? I mean, I know Grayson's her assistant, but why isn't Lauren the one checking over the person doing the graphic design work? Like, at the end of the day, Lauren's the one that's in charge of all these things. So why isn't she the one making sure that the work gets done? And again, she said, like, sometimes Christina was hired by her, sometimes Christina wasn't hired by her. Like, what's the deal here? Basil's chewing my court documents. Chloe's mom said all this stuff is going on behind the scenes. Way to go. WGO told her it was a good idea to bring this all out to the public. So many creators are having a field day with this. Yeah, by bringing it out to the public like she has, she's brought way more attention on it than ever would have been. The last stream is so bad. They doubled down and tried to make Lauren the victim. They did. It was sick. Comparing her to Brad Pitt and all. Wouldn't trust Lauren with my stuff and honestly, she did it to herself. She should have a dummy account to give her employees and keep all other things on an account only she has access to. Right. Or, I mean, again, like I've been harping on this whole time, just don't talk shit about people. End of. Like, if you really need to talk shit to your husband. You know your husband ain't going to testify against you. I mean, why do you need to talk shit about people? Why do you need to be mean to people? Why do you need to make people feel like they're not included in your friend group? That's sick and evil and mean, to make people feel like you're above them and they're not included in your group. What are you going to do to make me like you again so you get to be included in my group where we talk shit about each other? Fuck that. Fuck that and fuck you. Sorry. Continuing. 10. Christina and I would eventually become what I considered friends because we both did work for Lauren and were friends. There were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish as both her mother and brother laid on hospice at the same time. In April of 2025, I was sitting upstairs in the Maricopa County Courthouse when Lauren let me know she had been confronted by Christina and told all of her text messages were being released. But again, all of her text messages were being released. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but why are you, I mean, what did you say in the text messages? It's so fucking bad that you had to go to court about it? Maybe you shouldn't have said that shit to begin with. Bruh. But nah. I think she expected the narrative to go more in her favor. Oh, you're damn right she did. Someone said Greyson is living with Lauren. I've heard that too. And if she is, God bless her, because Greyson is the mental anguish that one's going to go through. Oh my God. And then, like, and John is a psychiatrist. Like, where is that poor girl going to turn when all this is over and done with? I've heard she's not talking to her family because they don't understand true crime or some shit, like she said. Like, I can't. I really feel bad for Greyson. And that's who's doing this declaration we're reading right now. Yeah, I see that too, Lorianne. The hubby feeling that 9-hour saga, not Grayson. I think it was Grayson. She tried pissing on us and thought we'd believe it was really rain. She did. Because again, that ego, her motherfucking, let her think that that shit was okay. Okay. I got the court hearing timestamp. I got it at 46. Hannah, you'll have to let me know if that's right. We're gonna read a couple of declarations and then we'll listen to some more of the court hearing. I do declare, I do declare. Y'all are making me laugh saying it. John is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. I apologize. Whatever he is, he's gonna have that little girl feeling all messed up, like she can't talk to nobody. I think. Okay. 12. What came next was like something I don't even know how to describe other than as if it came out of a movie and became the worst 4 months of my life, safety wise. I was unsafe, y'all. I was unsafe. Wait, all her text messages are being released. Who had her phone that long to be able to get all text messages? Good question. Who did she send them to? Again, I mean, but like, why are you but she references giving the passwords to her phone out. Why are you giving passwords to your phone now on top of that? Ma'am, do you not, like, I mean, again, it's just, why would you do that? You're running a business. Like a business that's doing pretty damn good to have that many subscribers on YouTube and get that many views on all your videos. What, you're giving the keys to the kingdom away, so to speak. Like, why would you just be passing that out like candy? John is still mad at Lori Hellis 5 years later over her talking over John. He is a doctor and holding grudges this long. He has had issues and needs to see a shrink. I could see that. Yes, the attorney and judge talking about removing the temporary restraining order. The judge's words are great. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going to go back to that in just a minute. Okay, 13. That day, we left court where we were reporting, and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I are together all day, every day, and I had never seen something like that before. Over the next few weeks, I would show up at work and Christina's friend, Janice, would film me for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. Then on June 19th, I spoke to someone who told me to brace myself and things were going to go public. She didn't willingly give up any other information other than that people, quote, wanted Lauren's head on a platter, unquote. I immediately informed Lauren of what was going on, and I made the decision to call the police as I was worried for our safety. Shortly after that, Christina started the TikTok and Instagram accounts. Christina continues to target Lauren, John, and anyone who is friends and or works with them on the regular with her posts. As for now, I've seen it affect Lauren. As for how I've seen it affect Lauren, I can say without a doubt that this has caused extreme fear, overwhelming panic, paralyzing anxiety, and relentless emotional turmoil. I have seen her go from spending every moment when not working with her little boy carefree to spending every moment not working consumed about making sure her son and husband stay safe and trying to find ways to stop the escalation. As for her husband John, I've seen him go from completely lasered in and focused on work to barely being able to work at all. Every work meeting we have is him expressing his fear and concern, not only for himself, but also for Lauren. On July 7th, hold on a minute. Okay, sorry. I'm waiting on a text message about when I need to go pick my son up. I was making sure that wasn't it. Okay, continuing. Back in character. On July 7th, he took me aside and cried, explaining that he had been woken up at 5 a.m. by Lauren rocking in the bed that morning, who tearfully told him she wanted to self delete. John informed me, as I am the one most often with Lauren during the day. After that, things intensified as we made sure Lauren was never alone and kept a close eye on the situation. Look, now I know I'm being snarky, okay, and I'm reading this, with the compassion and all the things, right? But that is serious that she felt like she wanted to self-delete, okay? And I'm sorry that she's going through that. Um but what the fuck is in them text messages that would make her feel like that? Like, is it just to get sympathy? Is it just because she wants attention? Is there stuff in there that's really that bad? Like, what the hell is going on? What the hell? You know what I mean? Lala said, "Wait, what? I'm about 4 minutes behind. Greyson is isolated from her family. Huge red flag." From what I'm hearing, yeah. From what I'm hearing. Lori Hellis has email exchanges on the community posted tab. Yep, I've got those. I've got them on my in the file here that we're going through. Oh, okay. Jay, you are disgusting. I followed you, but I will not engage in this smear campaign. Lauren and John, hashtag hidden true crime. I stand with Lauren. You have no idea about being stalked, and this is just nasty. Well then, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Oh, wait. Wait. I've waited for this day for so long. How could I pass this opportunity up? I've waited for this day for so long. Here we go.
I can talk proper and I can talk ghetto. Both times you heard what the fuck I said. Okay?
Okay. All right. At the end of the day, yeah, Lauren is smearing herself. I'm sorry, but I mean, you can't talk shit in a bunch of text messages and then get upset when they get released. Okay, back the boat up. If she is in that mindset, John needs the 5151 for her own sake. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think that she should feel like that. I don't want anyone to ever feel like that at all, but that is concerning because I would never want anybody to do that. But why is she feeling that upset? Like, my God, what is in these text messages? Like, and why, if it's that bad, why did you even send them to begin with? You know what I mean? Thank you. People who were exposed from leaked text or documents: Watergate, Anthony Weiner, Mayor Kilpatrick, Matt Gaetz, Paradise Papers, Panorama Papers, Matt Lauer. As a reporter, she should know this. Right, exactly. Roberta, good to see you. Who has text messages she doesn't want out, and are they released yet? I don't know if they are released, but evidently, these text messages are bad. I mean, and she just shouldn't have put them out. Hey, Casey, you did come in just in time. Jane, thank you for your opinion. Yes. All right. So John informed me, as I am the one most often with Lauren during the day. After that, things intensified as we made sure Lauren was never alone and kept a close eye on the situation. And again, I mean, I want to stop right there and again and say, if it's that serious, I think John should have sought her some professional help until this thing passed. Again, but I mean, stalking is the wrong way to go for me. As for me, I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty. I called the police for help in June, and I live in fear that because of that, people will learn my address and show up to continue their harassment. And I mean, but has anyone showed up in anybody's house? I would ask, has anybody showed up at your house? Because I don't think that's what's going on. If people were actually showing up at somebody's house, then you would have grounds for stalking, I would think. I think it's just text messages and people doing what the internet does, trolling. I mean, it is what it is. At least we are talking crazy in front of her face. She can read what we are writing. We ain't sending them privately. At the end of the day, exactly. Anybody's welcome to come in and see what I'm saying. And if I get asked about it, I'm going to say, yep, sure did say that, because, yep, that sure was how I was feeling at that time. People in my industry have sent me TikTok and Instagrams knowing it was about Lauren, just to make sure I am aware of it, furthering my anxiety about how far and wide this targeted approach is going. Okay, if that's the case, then you need to block those people and just not pay attention to it. Again, not paying attention to any of this would have been beneficial from the beginning instead of doing a 9-hour live stream about it, because they're trolling. That's what people do on the internet. 28. A national news reporter even spoke to me on the phone and informed me that Christina had spoken to them about Lauren and I. Christina was not asked about us by this person. Instead, she intentionally sought out this person just to speak to us about them, to cause harm to our business relationships. On July 23rd, I was in Boise, working at the Brian Koberger sentencing. That day, Janice filmed me constantly. Exhibit 14, Janice filming. So we've got one of the exhibits. Let me see if I can pull it up and y'all can see it or hear it if it's a video. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, we don't have, that's the one we don't have because it goes from 13 to 15. So I don't have Janice filming, but it might be one of these screen recordings. No, that's a text message. That's the text message. Okay, I don't have Exhibit 14. That's the only one I don't have. 33. I felt entirely unsafe. That night at dinner, Lori, Redacted, and Sarah approached our table. I didn't know at the time, but Lauren had taken a video of me in complete emotional distress that evening. And then we have Exhibit 21 crying. But my Exhibit 21 is a health complaint or something. Hold on. I think it's this one.
I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing anything. And I'm telling them to leave me alone. Like I'm not even like doing anything. It would be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay away. All they do everywhere in public is film me.
No, I know.
They film you over. We just do our work. We just do our
So
work.
what? Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered.
Okay, but you're taking it too fucking far. They're filming you to fuck with you. Like, and you're letting it fuck with you. You know what I mean? It's Jenny Jen's birthday, and I did not know that. Happy birthday, Jenny, my love. A1 since day one. Let me grab you a birthday song, a happy birthday sloth, and play for you real quick. Hold on just a minute. I'm gonna try Jenny. Oh, we got one. Okay, hold on. Happy birthday. Oh no, but it's a song. What is happy birthday? Oh no. Happy birthday. All right, that was cute, but we got to do the birthday sloth.
Happy birthday.
No, we're not doing that one. Hold on. There we go. Happy birthday, Jimmy.
It's your birthday today, Jenny. It's your birthday today, Jenny.
Oh.
Let's celebrate. We lose control and you cut the cake. The night is yours. Destiny awaits. Oh, wait, so share toast with your closest mates. It's your birthday today, Jenny. It's your birthday today, Jenny. Grab your goodie bags. Open your gifts. Blow out your candles. Jenny!
Happy birthday, Jenny. Happy birthday, Jenny. I didn't know it was your birthday. I'm gonna have to send her an email. Okay, so we got another troll. And I got another clip. I've waited for this day for so damn long. Okay, so it says, it's from Debbie Clark. Debbie Clark says, I'm here all the way from the UK because, Debbie Clark evidently had to get on a boat and come all the way to America from the United Kingdom. So she came all the way from the UK. And she says, I have sat back and listened to you go on and on about Lauren and Dr. John, and I think you need to grow up. Skirt! Screeching halt. I'm not the one who released a bunch of middle school mean girl text messages. I think you're talking to the wrong person. I think it's indeed Lauren and Dr. John that need to grow up because she's the one that released a bunch of middle school mean girl text messages, not me. Continuing, I think you need to grow up. They help people and care, so please get a life. Okay, let me play a clip for you and tell you goodbye. I don't think that they're helping people. Again, I think it's more about money, but that's just my opinion. Again, I don't think I'm the one that needs to grow up. I think Lauren needs to grow up and stop sending mean girl text messages like she's in middle school. Here you go. This one is for you, Debbie Clark.
You don't tell me what I have to have. You ain't my mama. You overstepping your goddamn authority. Now don't try to be my motherfucking girl, please. I don't want to do that. Because I love you. My granddaughter, you've done so much. But you're about to step out of line and I'm going to fuck your ass up.
You about to step out of line. All right. Let's get back to it. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Does the UK even have the First Amendment right like we do here in America? You know. I need to grow up, but I'm not the one sending text messages and crying about them being on the internet. All right, continuing. Oh. So we saw the exhibit, correct? Let me back it up. This is the one where she claims, we're going to watch it again. So she said, I didn't know at the time, but Lauren had taken a video of me in complete emotional distress that evening, Exhibit 21 crying. Now, she claims she doesn't know that Lauren is recording her, but I think she indeed knows that Lauren is recording her in this exhibit.
I'm literally
That's
at
the one
dinner,
where they got
enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing anything. And I'm telling them to leave me alone.
I don't think they had even spoken to them at this point. And again, remember that they were in the restaurant for 2 hours at this point when Greyson and Lauren go into the restaurant, sit down by the exit so they have to see them, and then call the cops for an escort, and the cops politely tell them that the other party had been there for 2 hours and that they decided to go to that restaurant after they had been there for like 2 hours. Thank you, Chow, so much for the $5. Chow wrote, "Happy birthday, Jenny Jen. I will make sure that she gets that." That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. I will email her and I will let her know, and I will make sure that she gets that from you. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet of you. I didn't even realize it was her birthday today. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know I like to do their songs when I can find them. Oh, wrong one.
Like I'm not even like doing anything. It would be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay awake. All they do everywhere in public is film me.
No, I know. They film you everywhere. We just do our work.
So what? Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. We see this.
Okay. But you did. You went to the same exact restaurant that they were eating at and that they had been at for some hours and sat right by the exit and then pretended not to know. They had a conversation with friends of Christina just before this. So, I mean, again, it's awful convenient for me that you're pulling out the camera and recording things when they seem to be convenient for you, but we don't get to see the conversation that they had with friends of Christina right before that, and no threats were made. Madeline said, has anyone noticed Greyson had a similar way of talking and emphasizing words as Lauren? I did. The way she just said murdered. Like that concerns me. And in this whole thing, I'm genuinely concerned for Greyson. I really am. I'm real concerned about her living there and the influence that this could be having on her. Chuck-a-Leg said, hey, family, mods, and allegedly, I'm checking in late and starting at the beginning. Happy birthday, Jenny. I hope you're all having a good weekend. People making drama for money is a real turn off. Yep. And it's not for the victims and for the families and things like that. It's for money for her. If it was for the victims and the families, then I don't think she would be as concerned about these text messages getting out. These text messages are evidently pretty damning. And if they're that damning, where she's talking shit about the victims and their families, then that's not helping them at all. She is a puppet on a string for Lauren, it seems. Grooming comes to mind. Exactly. And she needs to get out of, yeah, I'm with you guys exactly 100%. Thank you so much for helping the algorithm for the channel. Much appreciated. Yeah. If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up or thumbs down on the way out. All right, continuing. That video shows a representation of what many days and nights of my life have looked like since this all began. I live every day in fear. I can't go to work in public places without fear. That might be true for Greyson, but if it is, Lauren needs to stop her shit. Lauren needs to send her home or say, you know, I understand that you're stressed out. Lauren needs to stop making her so stressed out. And again, people can be upset with me, the trolls that are coming in, but I ask politely, like in all seriousness, stay until I get to I'll read what John says next. If you don't mind, like you don't even have to say anything, just at least listen to John's declaration, and then I would love to know your thoughts after that, because that's part of the reason why I'm so fucking pissed off. Grayson continues. 39. This has spanned multiple states, and I feel I'm constantly being threatened, monitored, and stalked while Christina posts all about it on social media. I had to see a psychiatrist and get on anxiety medication to manage the anxiety I have felt. I had to get prescribed medication to sleep at night, as I have not been able to sleep well. Many nights I have texted Lauren and others around me in the middle of the night in a complete panic. And then we have Exhibit 22, anxiety. I think that was 22-1. Okay, hold on. No, it's this one. Oh. So it's the second part of this one. While they appear to be okay, why are we drinking? Are they working? Like, are these alcoholic beverages while you're at work? That's never a good idea. Oh, they're at dinner though, they said, right? Okay, so they're probably at dinner. Never mind. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Literally, where people get murdered. Like, you don't respond.
Where are they?
They're literally across the street from us waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left, and the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay, which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting.
But if they confronted them beforehand and they're waiting until they leave the restaurant as to not mess with their meal and all of that to confront them, then, I mean, what did you expect? You said something, they're going to respond back. Dandy said, some people are so open-minded that their brains fell out. Yeah, at the end of the day, you're 100% right.
Boom, 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 bam, bam.
Okay, hold on. I've got children's. Let me start this over and play it again so we can hear the whole thing while I deal with the children's. Hold on just a minute.
Literally, where people get murdered. Like, you don't respond.
Where are they?
They're literally across the street from us waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left, and the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay, which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting. What's next? Do they physically assault me? Because they don't respond to them?
Why would you think that they would physically assault you? Lord have mercy. Lord, I thought somebody was about to physically assault my middle daughter took my oldest daughter's pizza she heated up. So they're about to physically assault each other. But why would Greyson think that they're about to physically assault her if she doesn't respond? Like, why have you got this girl this freaked out? Girlfriend, hold my drink. I wouldn't want my children in this situation either. At all. At all. And from what I understand, Greyson might not be talking to her family and stuff anymore, and that genuinely concerns me. Because Matthais told her this. Right, and that's wrong. Matthais shouldn't... I don't agree with that at all. Okay. While it has been slightly effective, I still wake up every day in complete dread. Instead of starting my day thinking about all I'm going to accomplish, I start my day checking my phone and checking my home cameras, making the rounds to ensure I am still safe. So she's checking her home cameras. That might mean that she's not living with Lauren and them, which is good. At least she gets a break from it. I am constantly checking my doors to make sure they are locked. If these people show up at my place of work with no regard, just to stalk and harass Lauren and I, who's to say they won't show up at my home? The mental toll this has taken on me is beyond description. I've spent hours on the phone with my own father crying about my fears for safety for both Lauren and myself. I have felt like I'm drowning for 4 months with nowhere to turn and no way to make it stop. I fear for our safety and our well-being. Christina has continued her targeted attack for months. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. Okay, I want to stop here, though, and say that nobody has showed up at their house, though. They haven't done anything that's illegal. Trolling on the internet and making videos that you don't like is not somebody stalking you. I mean, it's something that you have to expect when you come out here on this internet and have a YouTube channel. Lauren needs to help her cope with it better. And if she's not coping with it better than this, then she needs to politely say, maybe this isn't the place for you. This is just something we're going to have to deal with and keep it moving. But again, dealing with what? With her text messages being released, the shit that she said about victims and their families? Like, she is the cause of all of this. And then it says verification. I declare under criminal penalty under the law of Utah, foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. And I have to, every time as I'm going through this and reading this, right, I have to keep in mind, because I've read John's declaration, that he does this for court. He talks to people that are in jail facilities and deals with stuff like this for court. So he knows what needs to be said in a court document to get something done. And I have to ask, did that play a role in this? Did he tell them all of the things that they needed to say in this court document in order to get the judge to look at it and think they had a better chance of getting things approved? Or Lauren's lawyer brother? Did she just say she spends all day talking to her father? She said that hold on. I spent hours on the phone with my own father, crying about my fears for safety for both Lauren and myself. So she is talking to her father too. So maybe I was misinformed. And thank you for asking me that and pointing that out. I might have been misinformed about Greyson not talking to her family and living with Lauren. And if I was, I do apologize for being misinformed. If that's true, according to the court documents, she has her own house and she is talking to her family, which makes me feel better about Greyson specifically, because I feel like she needs people around her to help her navigate this situation. I do declare there cannot be a clinical diagnosis between therapist and a family member. Just saying. Yeah, you would hope not, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen, Cindy? Oh, I say, oh, I say, oh, I say, boy, I do declare. Just to answer about, what is this? Debbie Clark again. Just to answer about swimming, maybe read my comment properly. When I'm here, I meant here at home. While people on this channel really go down the wrong end of the stick, I'm just saying. I didn't see your other comment except for the one that you read earlier, which I might have misread it because like my eyes are blurry for some reason, but the last one that I see from you is the trolling comment from earlier, which was this one. Somebody had to tell you, I'm glad it was me. And sorry, when I said I'm here, I meant to say here at home. Anyway, I'm glad you actually read it out loud. Here at home? Where is your home? I didn't see that comment. What do you mean here at home? Yeah, it's called a joke, I'm thinking, but okay. Disrespect and you will get banned. I don't mind people with differing opinions, but yeah, you got to be respectful. I don't know what you mean by I'm here at home. Maybe I missed something, which again, I got the brain fog today, so. All right. So this is Lauren's penalty of perjury. I would like you to hear what John says. I'm on Lauren's part, and then we will read what John had to say, because John's declaration is just sickening. As a matter, well, I have to pull it up for y'all to see it. Let me go ahead and read Lauren's, and then we'll get to John's. Just don't ban her until after we do John's, unless it gets really bad. If they continue, which I know y'all won't ban them unless they're being a straight asshole. Hold on. She's at home, but had to announce she's in the UK because that matters, I guess. Home here in the United States? Oh, okay. Well, either way. So, good to know you're in the United States. If you're in the United States, then you should know about our Constitution and our laws and know this is complete bullshit, and that, if anything, this would be a civil matter or something else, not a stalking, because, it's not like they're outside of her fucking house. Anyway. I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthais. I am over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am a knowledgeable person about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. I met Christina in April of 2024. During the summer of 2024, she began doing contract graphic design work for my business. And then we have Exhibit 1, which is invoices. I do not have Exhibit 1. I don't think anybody has Exhibit 1 because that's invoices for her company. I don't think anybody should have that, if I'm being honest. However, for the past few months, Christina has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me and making me fearful for my safety and well being, as well as the safety of my family and my producer, Greyson, yours safety. Now, I wouldn't say her last name, but she is referred to as Your, YOHR. So that's why I added her last name. Hey, Paranormal Rooster, good to see you. Pray for Jamaica. Did Jamaica get hit? Oh my God. I am not trying to be rude. Just feel like you are all being horrible to Lauren. She has done so much to help people. How can you do this to her? I'm not ruining her life, sweetheart. What she did is ruining her life. Like, again, you misunderstand that she's upset about text messages being released that she herself wrote. Like, everything that's happening to her, she did. I didn't write shit about her and like go in a smear campaign to bash her. She wrote text messages that could be released that I mean that was her doing. She got in groups with people and talked straight cat shit about people and she don't want it put on Front Street. If she considers hidden true crime to be her financial safety, like that is her income every month, that is her career, then she should have treated it as such. If you are making that much money, you have that much of a following, you are that involved with victims and victim advocating, then you need to treat it as such. And as such, you are the face of your company, of your empire, of whatever you got going on. You are constantly the face of it every single day, day in and day out. Would Hidden True Crime as an entity want her talking shit like that if she's representing the company? Absolutely not. You cannot do that. You have to treat it. You have to represent that company to the utmost standards, the utmost highest standards. And she's not doing that when she's writing text messages talking shit about everybody. There's a lot here. I'm not even, I need to get through this. So let me continue to read this. I'm not doing a fucking thing to her. And then she gets on this 9-hour live talking about law and crime, wanted to record me and my court hearing. Well, yeah, you're a pretty well-known public figure. I mean, you are upset about them wanting to record you, but yet you go and record people all the time. You have children testifying on your page. She has children testifying on her page, number one. Number two, law and crime could not put up the video of her son testifying. Like, they can't do that. And they weren't going to live stream it. They were going to edit it. But then she throws her son out in front of it. And it's like, my son's mental health and safety. I'm sorry. Her son shouldn't know a fucking thing about this unless somebody actually had rode by her house, which has not happened. Yeah, Lauren did this all by herself. She'll get over it. Yeah. Lauren did this all by herself. I'm sorry. Okay. So, number 7. However, for the past few months, Christina has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me and making me fearful for my safety and well-being, as well as the safety of my family, my producer, Greyson. Christina has also been using a group of people to help her achieve her goal. This started April 9th of 2025 when Christina confronted me in a courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. Christina came up to me, cried, and let me know she heard what I had said about her and that 2 former contract workers were releasing text messages I had with them during their employment with me. Right there. That's where it started. Christina came up to me crying and let me know that she had heard what I said about her. So up until that point, Christina thought that her and Lauren were friends and that Lauren would never talk shit about her. It's not until text messages are released or whatever is released and Christina finds out that Lauren has been talking shit about Christina behind her back and says some hurtful shit that Christina decides to do what people do on the internet, which is talk shit and troll you. Again, though, it all leads back to Lauren. If she had not talked shit about Christina, we wouldn't be here. Who else has she talked shit about? I feel like Christina is just like, you talk shit about me. Who else have you talked shit about? They need to know as well that you're out here playing people's faces. I can't stand that shit. Don't play my fucking face. I can't stand that shit. I'm not going to say something behind your back that I wouldn't say to your face. If everything I ever if everything I ever said got dropped right now, I would own up to it and say, yeah, I said that because that's how I felt or that's how I feel. The text about Christina stated she was annoying. I apologized for hurting her feelings and even followed up with text messages taking accountability. Example 2, apology. Exhibit 2, apology. Let me see what Exhibit 2 says. Apology JPG. Oh, Lord. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can. Yeah, now I don't have to get so close. Okay, so this is the apology. She says, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. Thanks for letting me be vulnerable and being vulnerable about yourself. Everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for was before I gave you a chance. I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I'd defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life, I I don't know what, I'm not in with the lingo, forever defend you and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever needed me. And that was Wednesday, April 9th at 4:09 p.m. That's Lauren's apology to Christina. Because again, I mean, the whole reason all this shit started was because Lauren was talking shit. And now she's upset that Christina, aka the internet, is going to internet and put her shit on Front Street. Don't talk shit. End of. Point blank, period. Okay. Later that night, I received a threatening voicemail from someone named Liz S. And then we get Exhibit 3, the voicemail. So let's look at Exhibit 3. Where's the volume?
Talk to you about.
Hold on. There's no volume for a minute.
Hey, Lauren, it's Liz.
Shake and bake.
Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second.
But what you're missing here, Debbie, is what Lauren said about everything else. What Lauren said about everybody else. Where this all started was Lauren talking shit about everybody else. I'm not kicking anybody when they're down either. I'm going through the court evidence and letting everyone here be the judge and decide what they think should happen or where they think this is going. And you're allowed to voice your opinions. We're a very open chat, and I don't want an echo chamber at all. But what about what Lauren did to Christina? Again, it's in her declaration I've just read to you that Christina came up to her crying, hurt about what Lauren said about her. Now, the shit about the brother, I can pull up when we get done. I'm going to read John's declaration, by God, before I pull up another video. But on the video, I was more concerned about Lauren saying that she could possibly be a surrogate for her brother's child with another woman's egg. That shit threw me off more so than taking his seed from him in an accident like that. And we discussed that in yesterday or the day before's live stream. And we can talk about that again. But this possibly being a surrogate for her brother's child is what threw me off more than collecting his seed for possibly a baby in the future for somebody else. Back to
I'd
this
like to
exhibit
talk to
3.
you about
Right. Carolyn, I
number
like
one,
them
I guess, why you don't remember my name.
so far.
But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have
And that's
sent to
true.
me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people.
See, again, even this threatening voicemail, as it's labeled, is somebody just saying, you've talked shit about people in group chats. What if they found out? Moral of the story, don't talk shit about people in group chats. You're representing your business. You're representing what brings you income every month. Represent your business with the utmost representation. Like, you're not doing a good job of representing your business when you're in group chats talking straight cash shit about people, and then you call it stalking because they're going to release those text messages. Abso-fucking-lutely not. You shouldn't have been running your motherfucking mouth.
But I want to clear it up with you.
Hey,
So
Canes
I
and
would
Mrs. North.
appreciate if you would call me back.
Right.
No, not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify maybe where I'm missing something. So if you would please give me a call back, I would appreciate it.
Rooster,
My
good to
number
see
is,
you, love. Yep, loose lips will sink your own
my
ship.
name is Liz, Liz. In case you don't remember, Liz, Liz.
And she's just giving her name. This is not a threat.
Don't want to.
That is her saying, I'm going to release you the messages of you talking shit because that's what you did. That's why you don't talk shit. Okay. That's the end of page 2. Hold on. She brought up the fact that I had said I didn't know who she was, which was something I told Christina during our conversation. I sent Christina a text message stating to please not share our conversation. That was private and I was feeling threatened. Again, no, you're using the word threatened to try to threaten her. Like, I'm feeling threatened, so don't share these text messages because you make me feel threatened. And if you make me feel threatened, I might have to go seek help from the court. I might have to call the law, etc., etc. You're trying to use the police as your own personal weapon to keep these text messages from being released. You can't, it's not private anymore when you share it with somebody. I sent Christina a text message stating to please not share our conversation. That was private. And I was feeling threatened. It no longer was private once you shared the text message with her. Once you share the text message with her, then it becomes not private anymore. It's private until you share the text message. She has every right to put out the messages that you sent her. She has every right to go on a platform and put them out. And we've got an exhibit for that. Here is that text message. Wednesday, April 9th at 8:50. It says, "Hey Christina, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I've done this for you, yet I am already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter, and I will have to take legal action if it continues." See, that's where she's wrong. The text messages she shared with Christina are no longer private when she sent them to Christina. That's why you don't do that shit. And Christina is still being nice at this point. "Lauren, I can confidently say what you are claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other requests, I think you already know I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really put salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. And I could understand where she's coming from with that. Like you're talking about sharing private messages while also threatening to take legal action over some fucking text messages. I would be kind of upset about that too. That's just my point of view. Yeah, right. Thank you, Hio.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
You know, I think you can have a conversation and should be able to trust people not to share it publicly, but maybe society as a whole is not trustworthy. See, you would hope so, but in this day and time, you got to treat. Okay, the other part of this is like it's not like these girls knew each other from the age of like childhood. They met each other at the trial for Lori Daybell. Like, yes, that would be cool. I would become friends with you. Maybe you could work for my company, et cetera, et cetera. But the talking shit is where she fucked up. You're representing your company, your business, your employer, so to speak. Even though it's your company, you are employed by that company. You are working on behalf of that company and doing things for that company. So therefore, you should always be a representation of that company. You took a big fucking risk when you were talking shit about people in text messages, and that risk that you took in these group chats where you were talking shit come back to bite you in the ass. It's very high school. Like, and if we're out here doing grown folk things with grown folk business, grown folk homicide cases and victims, et cetera, then you've got to treat it as such. Hold on, I've just got past a note from one of my children. Okay. Again, Lauren, as a journalist, should know that you better be prepared for the shit you say to get exposed. And again, look at history. Exactly. Like, I mean, you've got a plan for that. I'm not saying Lauren has done nothing, but she doesn't deserve. Well, I mean, I don't. I think she's fucked up, but I don't think that I don't think that this girl deserves to be labeled a stalker. And I think that if Lauren had just been quiet about it and not come out here seeking the sympathy and all of the shit that she is sought, like the sympathy, the 9-hour live stream was a bit much. And then to come out here and for John to compare her to Brad Pitt and just double down on the shit wasn't a good idea either. If Lauren had not spoke on it at all, nobody would probably even know about it. And again, I'm just going through the court documents. You don't think you should have anyone you can confide in, like if you need to vent and talk shit. I mean, I was about to message you about my grievances, but that's what your husband's for. You know what I mean? Yeah, she had to ask me a question. She passed me a note. That's what your husband's for. You know what I mean? All right, continuing. I got to get through this or I won't ever get through it. Okay. A couple of days later, I was sent a Reddit comment that was made by Christina alleging that I was plagiarizing and had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I text her requesting that she does not defame my business online and if she believes I am plagiarizing to please report me. Now that's treating your business like a business. Okay, you request, hey, don't defame my business online. If you believe I'm plagiarizing, then you need to report me. That's treating your business like a business. You didn't go behind the scenes. You didn't talk shit like a high schooler. You were very professional about it. Don't defame my business. If you think I'm plagiarizing, report me. End of. That's what she should have done the whole time, in my opinion. I texted her request. Oh, sorry. She denied that they were her post, despite evidence from her account showing it was her account. After some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe. And then we've got Exhibit 5 Reddit, which I'll pull up. But you're blocking her as you feel unsafe after you've threatened her with law enforcement. Oh, Lordy. Have mercy. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to have to get real close. Oh, shoot. I don't think I can zoom in on this one. It goes kind of fast. I want to zoom in. No, that's to speed it up. Lordy have mercy. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Okay, while I've got it blown up, it says, Environmental B, the Reddit post said, if you go back to her earlier video, here, let me just share it this way. If you go back to her earlier videos before all of the fancy backdrops, lighting, podcast sponsors, etc., those are the ones I enjoy. I started watching during her second backdrop. You can legit see her changing as the money came in. She started to get annoying with the your true crime bestie openings. Isn't that from Annie Elise? I thought that came from somebody else. Okay. So that's the post I just read to you. That's in white right here. Now in blue. Oh, there we go. Supposedly Lauren poached Annie's employee, and the employee is recycling scripts she did for Annie for Lauren, was the post at the bottom of that Reddit. Now in blue, it says, it's heartbreaking to me that we would go from friends to you thinking I would participate in plagiarism. It's something I would never do. And if you really think I would, you should report me. To post this on a public forum is so shocking. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I'm deeply apologetic for the things I initially thought about you as I got to know you. Yes, I made mistakes and misjudgments of character, but that does not make me a liar. I am not a cheat. I am not someone who plagiarizes others' work or poaches others' employees. I am not someone who tries to defame people on public forums. I stand up for people, I have integrity, and I own my mistakes. I am a work in progress. I am loyal and I am honest. I am a honest business owner. Never would I ever try to hurt someone's family business by posting that they are practicing in something illegal, especially when it's not even true. As far as this Reddit post goes, many creators were asked to cover Emily Pike at the same time. Annie did not copy me. This whole post is unnecessary, but the comment from you crushes me. I am heartbroken you would A, think this and B, write this. Is it okay to protect my business and ask you not to post my private conversations private? Yes, but what did I do to deserve this? I have no idea. If people are lying about me, they are lies. This is not who I am. She's treating it like a business at this point, okay? But again, you have a work, that's an employee, okay? You're talking to an employee about your business. You got to treat it as such. It's not a mean girl high school fan group or whatever the fuck they call it. You know what I mean? MK Ultra, good to see you. Now, if Lauren had to come out and owned the shit she talked, which she doesn't mean, this would have turned out differently, in my opinion. I agree with that. I'll never read about yourself on Reddit. I don't. There's one up about me. I don't read it. I went in there one time, I think. Okay, so she responded, wait, are you saying I'm one of the people who commented on that thread? Because I wasn't. If something I says gets twisted or misrepresented, that's frustrating, but it doesn't give you the right to put words in my mouth or assume the worst of me. And while I've talked about the situation with you to others, no one you personally know, let's not pretend the talking hasn't gone both ways. Honestly, it's hard to hear all this stuff from you, knowing some of the things that you've said about me that have made their way back. I've chosen not to throw that in your face. Anything I've said about you, I've either already said to your face or would be willing to. Hazel, stop. Okay, hold on. In blue, this feels like deflection. I'm not referring to gossip, nor have I suggested you haven't been hurt. This is Lauren talking now. I'm referring to posting falsehoods about me and my business on a public forum. And no matter how hurt you are, this is unnecessary. If someone else wrote those words, then it's someone with access to your account. And you and I both know if those words are coming from your Reddit account, they are attached to you, Lauren said. What I'm assuming to be Christina said, I didn't post on that Reddit thread, full stop. No one has access to my account, and I don't appreciate the insinuation or the accusation. It's not the first time you've assumed the worst of me, and I'm done defending myself against the things I didn't do. I'm also not deflecting, I'm pointing out the bigger picture. You're demanding accountability while denying your own role and what led us here. You've said things about me that were unkind and very untrue. And while I've let that go for the most part, I'm not going to let you rewrite the story now. Basil. Hold on, y'all. I got to get him some crackers because he's attacking my feet. Stop it. Quit. Quit, quit, quit. Here, here. Stop biting my feet. Okay. I had to Sarah Boone him with some cheese. She continues, Christina says, you're entitled to your feelings, so am I, but I won't keep engaging in a conversation where I'm being accused, talked down to, or treated like I'm the only one responsible for how things fell apart. Lauren wrote, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized and acknowledged your hurt. I've never taken that back or pretended otherwise, even in my initial text today. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes as I'm an honest, imperfect person who works to be self aware and honest with my actions. Pointing out words written on your public account with a request you don't publicly defame me and sharing it hurts me and no way rewrites history or disregards what I've apologized for and owned. I hope one day you'll also be able to do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. Hold on. Oh, Lordy. Okay, I hope one day you'll also be able to do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging. We agree to be done engaging. And once again, I'm sorry for getting, and it says yo, but that's the end of it. Yes, to be booned means distracted with cheese. Yes, that's what to be booned means. We've called it Sarah Boone. Sarah Booned. I Sarah Boone a lot. I get distracted with cheese all the time, and I give it to Basil, even though I shouldn't. Basil the bunny. Now he's laying down. He's fine now. He's not biting my feet. Okay. So now we're at 18. She then sent me an aggressive email, and I sent a response asking that she not contact me as I was once again feeling threatened. And now we've got Exhibit 6, the email. Threatening email, nonetheless. Not just the email, but a threatening email. Okay, this is from Christina to me, Lauren. I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through, so I'm guessing you blocked me. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim, it makes you a something. On top of that, you're out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash Gigi on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just a part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. Also, fun twist, I now know that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Christina. Okay, now this email is starkly different than everything we've seen so far. It seems to me that Christina is definitely being snarky in this email and has had enough of the bullshit and the back and forth between her and Lauren. If it's true, I mean, but again, I keep going back to all of this started because Christina what came to Lauren crying because Lauren was talking shit about her in a group of people like mod chat text bullshit. Like that hurt her feelings and that's how this all started. I mean, again, you started with the mean girl high school drama bullshit and you're upset because somebody is mad and retaliating now to some extent. Am I the only one that thinks of a gynecologist every time people talk about smear campaigns? It sounds so medical. Yeah, now I am. That email was mad, and I may have been as well. Sorry, but I'll be nice until I can't stand it anymore. What's wrong? Curious. Did I upset you? What I cannot understand, why would these supposed true crime channels are covering this drama instead of all the crime going on? Michelle Bit Good, good to see you. Usually I'm not live on Sunday, so I came live today to try to cover some of it. It's just interesting. People are talking about it. A misuse of the court systems. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it is drama, and everybody's supposed to be talking about true crime. You do have a point. I chose to talk about it because, as you can see, I've got like a bunch of the court documents and stuff. But you're not wrong in saying that. It is drama that everybody's talking about and covering. So this is a screenshot, and I'm going to try my very best to read it. I have to get real close to the computer, and I keep having to move the mic, so I apologize about that. It says Lauren replied and is redacted. I was very frustrated by her most recent something because she reported that certain text messages from me to look like Colin were introduced into evidence, and that's just not true at all. Specifically from Mo, the following text copied from something outstanding article from outside magistrate. Quote, I would like to talk to you at some point. God, it's so blurry, I can't see it. The something was strange for me, and I just want to know what's going on. If you just want to be friends, seems to be the case, then that's cool, but I'd like to talk about it. Because honestly, my mind has been going circles and I don't know what to think. Gigi said this was introduced into evidence on Monday and that Strickland told the defense on the stand that he didn't remember those texts. This absolutely did not happen. I've been in court every day, including jury selection, listening for those exact texts. I think the defense is wanting to introduce them on rebuttal. Something at the bottom, I can't read it, and then it says, how's it doing? How's it doing? My comment, I'm pretty sure it's the top one. This is the one where she talks about somebody sent her a comment where she was asking about a text, and this person was talking about a different creator. Supposedly, Lauren poached Annie's employee, and the employee is recycling scripts she did for Annie for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from Annie talk about it at one of the trials. When someone tells me to stop engaging, my response is to stop. But here you continue harassing me in emails even though I blocked you. You're obviously misinformed about Gigi. I never wrote an anonymous hit piece about Gigi. Lord, my eyes, y'all, my eyes, like everything is blurry and I can't figure out why. It's been like that for a week. I have no idea why. Okay, that was written quite openly about Julie Holden. Yes, a mod and someone who attended the Caitlin Armstrong trial daily. She was correcting some factual errors that Gigi had made regarding a case I never covered. It was never a hit piece, and Julie Holden doesn't hide her identity, nor did I ever anonymously write the factual correspondence correction, sorry, from court. That was Julie. I asked how the comment was doing, which was supporting my friend, nothing more or less. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with smearing someone. Journalists typically adhere to factual analysis, unlike your correspondence, which is creating a false and defamatory narrative about me based upon a distinction of the facts and a misattribution of a post that I never wrote. But why let facts get in the way of your far fetched and false narratives about me? I blocked you and agreed to stop engaging, but I guess you had to have the last word because apparently you have no flaws and have never made a mistake in your life. So I will ask, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I blocked you leads me to question my safety. Lord, I wanted to check because sometimes I'm muted. Oh, sorry. Got to make sure you see this, Jess. You have never upset me, girl. Oh, no. I didn't think so. Curious. I greatly appreciate the super chat, sweetheart. No, sweetheart. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't, but you don't have to super chat me. And I'm sorry I'm not on top of comments like I usually am. I'm clicking back and forth between pages, so it's hard for me to see. Thank you for the super chat. And you didn't have to super chat me, sweetheart. I appreciate that. And I didn't think you were mad at me, but thank you, Curious. I greatly appreciate the support. That was so sweet of you. Okay, so again, it says, so I will ask, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I blocked you leads me to question my safety. Are you going to show up at my house next since you know where I live and berate me until you believe your false narratives about me are proven to your confused satisfaction? I am also asking you to stop posting lies and false information about me publicly, which negatively impacts my business. If you continue to harass me and to disobey my request, I will be forced to take legal action. Lauren. I think that's the end of that. Okay. So that was the email. Okay, and then at night, we're at number 19. On April 15th of 2025, I was confronted by a friend of Christine's named Janice at the courthouse. This incident is on the film Exhibit 7, Janice. We are going through, I guess I'll get to John's declaration in a minute because at least we're going through the exhibits, but that's the interesting part, so. We're all over in chat today talking about all kinds of stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So Annie said that some employee had befriended Lori Vallow and was putting money on her books. Is she speaking of Greyson? Have we heard? Is it confirmed? I haven't heard that. That's interesting. You can't say disobey a request just in order. Oh, okay. You can't disobey a request just in order. Thank you for pointing that out, Curious. We haven't confirmed any of it, but it's rumored it's Greyson because rumor is that that's where Greyson came from. In order to put money on people's books, you have to use your real name because you have to, if you have a card in your name, like that you're using to put money on somebody's books, the card has to match the name that's on there, as far as I know, because that's how I fucking got doxxed. So, I don't know. Maybe. It's interesting. I mean, and I think that's disgusting. Like, oh, I'll pay you, I'll give you money if you give me the scoop. But I mean, that's how our YouTube channel is a lot bigger. You know what I mean? Miss Scorpio Rising has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much for sharing that milestone with us. And thank you for the continued support. My love, you are so sweet, so supportive, and so amazing. And that's my favorite heart, the one with the little stars on it. Thank you for sharing that. That's my favorite heart emoji. Thank you so much, Miss Scorpio. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we're good. You know, it's funny. That was my nickname for a long time. I have to tell you a story about Mr. Speculating when I first met him in the Jessica Rabbit, because that was my nickname for a long time. All right, so here is Exhibit 7. And again, it reads, where are we at? On April 15th, I was confronted by a friend of Christina named Janice at the courthouse. The incident is on film. Here is that film.
Are you recording me? Please don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please.
to you.
Okay, I know it doesn't just cut off there because she was indeed recording. She was the one recording. She's walking up to her.
Are you recording me? Please don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please
to you.
What? Well, that made it seem like Lauren was the aggressor. I'm sorry, but it did. Continuing, Denise was told by the bailiff she needed to leave me alone and stay away from me. Okay, now we're on 21. Fast forward to June, and Christina created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to post harmful things about me in efforts to quote expose unquote me. I mean, again, though, if you're running a YouTube channel, you have to expect that people are going to try to quote expose you. That's why it's good to be honest from the beginning and not talk shit in group chats. The first TikTok about me post on her personal page and later on her targeted page is her telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. My brother passed away in March after being in a devastating ATV accident in 2023. Christina is telling her followers that I wanted to non-consensually collect my brother's sperm while he laid in a vegetative state, unable to walk, talk, or have any basic function without assistance to have a child with him. Now, I'm going to stop right there. Again, I go back to she's telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. That's what she said. I don't for a second think she wanted to add her egg with her brother's sperm and then carry a child and have a child from that. But to hear from what I think she said and from the way I understood it, she wanted to get another female's egg with her brother's sperm and basically use her womb as the incubator and carry the child and bear the child. That's fucking weird to me. It's not weird to me that her family had a conversation about collecting his sperm and saving it or possibly having a surrogate carry a baby because she loved her brother so much and, wanted him to live on. I could see myself having that conversation. I wouldn't do it because I would end up thinking if God wanted them to have a child, then God would have made them have a child before they died. But I mean, that's not weird to me personally. Now, she had the conversation with Christina. The only way Christina knew about that is because Lori told her. So I'm sorry that Christina's telling everybody this, but you had that conversation with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know. Maybe don't have that conversation with people. I don't know. Unfertilized and scrambled. I mean, I don't know, man. But somebody said that he didn't like women, therefore it would have probably pissed him off. Because did he want to have children? Like, is that something he wanted? If he didn't like women and never wanted any children at all in his whole entire life, and you did that, that might be kind of fucked up. But I don't know. None of that really matters. What matters is she had the conversation with Christina, or Christina wouldn't know. Okay. 24. Christina is telling her followers that followers that I wanted to non-consensually collect my brother's sperm while he laid in a vegetative state, unable to walk, talk, or have any basic function without assistance to have a child with him. This led to a flurry of comments from people about me, including one about this being a form of RAPE, to which Christina responds, "Yeah, you may be right." I don't know if it's legal. I don't think it's RAPE, but I don't know that it's legal either. She has since made multiple TikToks talking about this so-called RAPE. She claims I wanted to do to my brother, which is simply untrue, completely malicious, and emotionally harmful. So now we're at Exhibit 8, brother. Oh, hold on. This is the second part of Exhibit 7.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you said.
Please do
about
not
me.
talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
But again, I mean, Lauren is the one who got in these group chats and talked all this shit to everybody. That's why even that lady's like, "Really, Lauren?" Because she says, "I feel threatened by what you said about me. I feel upset about you talking shit about me to all your friends in these group texts." And then Lauren wants to run away and hide from it. That's why that woman's like, "Really, Lauren? You talked all that shit behind the scenes, but you can't back it up when I'm in your face?"
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you said.
Please do not talk to me.
See, I want to talk to you about the stuff you've said about me. What did you expect, Lauren?
I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's
See, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
stay away from each other.
Now, that was a good idea that Lauren had. Let's just stay away from each other, but maybe don't talk shit like she's talking straight cash shit about all these women.
I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Like, I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. And that's why she's like, in my opinion, "Oh, really, Lauren?" Because Lauren was the one talking shit behind the scenes to all these women. In my opinion. Like, you can't. And now Christina has gotten with all the people she was talking shit about, and they've gotten together to go against her. I mean, you can't get upset or mad about that, in my opinion. Okay. Dork. Yep, exactly. Kalisa says both sides are wrong, in my opinion, and I would agree that both sides were wrong before I would agree that Christina is solely wrong. So again, it says to let you know where we're at as far as this exhibit. She has since made multiple TikToks talking about the so-called RAPE she claims I wanted to do to my brother, which is simply untrue, completely malicious, and emotionally harmful. And then we have Exhibit 8, the brother. So this is Exhibit 8. Public liable petitioner and dying brother. So you saw the red flags and thought, wow, what a passionate color palette. And it says a red flag. Oh, hold on. The volume's off. Let me start it again.
One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen, instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but whatever. So her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma, okay? So he was brain dead in a coma. She said she wanted...
Oh, may I add, that's a nice boat that they're on. Yeah, I think both sides are wrong before one is wrong and the other is not. She's the bully on the playground who goes and tattles when they get lit back. I mean, that's where I'm at with it as well. That's what I see.
wanted to get her brother's sperm extracted from...
Oh, whoa, okay. So they paused it and pulled up this comment or something, and it says, Christina, how could she do that without his consent is beyond me. Anyway, I could not want to feel... I could not wait to fill my lifelong friends in on some of the wild red flags I saw, but somehow ignored in a year-long friendship. My girl's reaction was the absolute best. I felt bad for my ex-friend for half a second because she will never experience relationships like these. Girls that genuinely have each other's back. Girls that don't spread lies or rumors. Girls that love to their core. Girls that are literal ride or dies. But then I am reminded this ex-friend did this to herself. They're her calculated actions. She doesn't want relationships like this. It's her loss, and I refuse to feel bad for her. I have zero desire to go public with her actions until she started poking the bear and messing with amazing, kind humans. I'll explain more later. So I decided that since silence was something and I'm complicitness and I'm not complicit. And again, this is not gossip or drama. This is rooted in truth and facts, and I have receipts. Hashtag friendship, hashtag stand up for yourself, hashtag consent. Lord, that was hard to read. Okay, I'm pretty sure this would be a form of RAPE. I saw passionate color palette and thought you were referring to those rent and outfit ensembles that were being shilled for a while. I wouldn't believe this if I hadn't heard it with my own ears. So wild that multiple people were told at multiple different times. That's what the comments say. Okay. Christina replied to that. You could be talking about RAPE. Christina said, yeah, you may be right. Somebody said, wait, where does the RAPE come into play in this scenario? How would she get the sperm? I said, form of. How would she get the form of sperm? Christina put a bunch of hashtags at the bottom. Okay. Okay. On June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to, quote, go public and that people, quote, wanted my head on a platter. 28, I called the police. Again, fearful for my own safety with such a vague threat. The police called Christina and she recorded that phone call and posted it to TikTok and Instagram, mocking the police officer. Exhibit 9, police video. See that?
I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, but then all of a sudden...
No, but I kind of want to now. Like, if she's kind of harassing me. So I feel like I kind of want to. But, like, what's the law?
Well, if you need to, then file a report down there if you get harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
I was just doing some searching. Here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to my horn say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I can do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to, we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
but I feel like to have a police officer telling me that, like, because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that. I actually have several examples of her sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So,
well, then person would be the victim.
Yes. So
now remember, again, if we go back to this was what she's talking about. All of this is citing case law. On July 3rd, the police officer proceeded to cite all of this from 7/16 to 7/21 was that case law that she's referencing in this video that she's saying, I want that case law again. Because it is weird. They're talking about recording third party consent, second party consent over state lines because they're in different states. One's in Nevada, one's in Utah, from my understanding, or Colorado. I don't know, but yeah, and that's what she's referencing.
So I could also inform that person that she would be the victim of this. So, but my question is, like, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. Like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Obviously.
Okay. So that was that exhibit. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I looked down. I had to text Mr. Speculating.
Obviously.
Hold on. Okay, it says nothing illegal about screenshotting a damn thing. Thank you, said Christina, especially because, like I said in the video, I kind of want to know. Now, what's going on, said someone. Oh, just ruffling some feathers, Christina said. Somebody said, stop touching your hair. It's so distracting. And someone replied to that, some people fidget with their hair. Move along. If it's so distracting. Part 2, please, can you do a story time? I definitely moved on. Thanks for the obvious advice. Replied about the touching the hair. And then somebody else wrote, part 2, please, can you do a story time? Christina said, haha, for sure. At this point, there's just so much. I feel like I'm in a decision overload. And it said, this person said, what was this, a mall cop calling you? And Christina laughed and said, seems like it for sure. Somebody else said, he's calling you. Cops are telemarketing for tickets now. Christina replied, ha 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 ha. I think they're just winging it at this point. LOL. Somebody said, sir, was the phone call done in an official capacity? Christina wrote, let's be honest, he had nothing. Ha ha ha. So officially unofficial. Somebody said, there's so many laws, we just don't know them. What? Christina said, how do I not even catch the weight of that line through, though, in the moment? I wish I noticed that in the moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't catch the last one. Okay, so we got the comments with that one. Lord. Let me pull up the rest of her declaration. Kalisa. The thing is, it's not just Christina. Other people and creators are coming out with their terrible experiences with Lauren's mean girl behavior. Common denominator is Lauren. I agree. But it's Lauren I'm angry at currently. I get that. They both messed up. They both need arrested and charged for abusing the courts if that's the case, said Abellis. Or she's responding to Abellis. Plot twist, Lauren and Christina are in cahoots and this is all a plot and bullshit to make money. If that was the case, then yeah, they both need to be arrested. Ranku92, thank you for being here. Said Christina is a beautiful woman. She is very pretty. I think she's prettier than Lauren. That's just my opinion though. Do you think Lauren lied to her husband about the situation? I question it. I think it's possible. I don't know, because we're going to read his declaration next. Where I didn't realize that we would be going through all of the exhibits today, so we'll at least get to his declaration before I end for the day. The kids, I need to take them trunk or treating. So we'll definitely at least get through his declaration and continue with it tomorrow. But let me continue with this since we're going through all of the exhibits. Okay, on July 12th of 2025, she began posting clips of my voice on her targeted social media accounts. The first clip of my voice, now this is Lauren speaking, was part of the conversation we had in the courthouse on April 9th of 2025, despite the courthouse having a no recording policy. The video, in which she compared me to infamous homicider Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok. Exhibit 10, voice clip. Exhibit 10, voice clip.
So like I said, she wanted to talk then, which totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay, fine, let's see what she has to say. And what unfolded next was unreal. It was like watching someone trapped in their own maze of lies, spinning stories so fast she couldn't even keep up with herself. When one lie didn't land, she'd just pivot mid-sentence into a completely different one, like no shame, just constant spinning. And at one point she literally started mumbling under her breath, having an entire conversation by herself while I was just standing there.
You should have at least done your makeup, Jodi. Gosh.
Yeah, because and by the way, that started, they were, like, and I was like, would they do that to me? Anyway. Yeah, no, I know. So in many ways, I feel catfish, but it's...
And then in 1 second, she snapped and was like, oh, sorry, back to you.
But back to you.
And this is the part that...
Okay, why would she do that? Be having a conversation and thinking, wait a minute, like, why would they do that to me? And then be like, oh, back to you, like talking out loud to herself. And she related it to Jodi Arias. Maybe not the nicest thing to do, but definitely not illegal. The manipulation is thick with Lauren, in my opinion. That 9-hour cry-a-thon was ridiculous. And I mean, I think that's where a lot of people are at with it. You know what I mean? The
That killed
YouTube
me. She
psychology.
told me that we had to have that conversation right now because I kept repeating, you're in fight, flight, or freeze. Probably not the best time to talk. But she said, no, we have to talk now. My assistant is, quote, always with me. I'm never alone, unquote. Girl, no. I honestly think she just didn't want her assistant finding out what she'd done. So like I
Okay, she paused it, went to the comments. I'm so here for this. I know this person and have been weary from day one. So glad you got, quote, out. Christina said, dude, same. You're lucky your alarm bells went off too. Someone said, whoa. Christina said, right? Someone down here says she definitely doesn't want her producer or assistant to know who she really is, but the actual conversation is completely mind-blowing. Emojis. To the top comment, dude, same, you're lucky alarm bells went off. Somebody said, yes, this. And someone said, you're desperate, Rex Bergen. Okay, down here, she definitely doesn't want her producer assistant to know who she really is, but the actual conversation is completely mind-blowing. And then Christina said, I'm still laughing at her talking to herself. Somebody said, all the back to yous killed me. So anyway, back to you, said Christina. And then there's mind-blowing emojis down here. Christina said, right? Oh, up here. So anyway, back to you. Maybe all catfish got to her. Someone else said, girl playing her voice is diabolical. Christina said, as in give you more? Or maybe I went too far with this post. Someone said, no, we need more. 100% keep going. I agree. We need more. I think this chick is talking about, I think the chick she's talking about sounds like the diabolical one. Oh, she is. I just love that she put the actual audio. The actual audio is mind-blowing. Okay, so while it is, I mean, you could possibly get her on the technicality that recording in the courthouse is illegal. Other than that, this is still the same mean girl bullshit. I mean, it's not anything to go to court about. Carolyn said the most hideous thing is that my 19-year-old granddaughter has been going through something like this. I'm really sorry. The most hilarious thing is that my 19-year-old granddaughter has been going through something like this. And I'm sorry that happened to your granddaughter. I am. But at the same time, I mean, I would think your 19-year-old granddaughter, like, I don't even see her as an adult so much. I know legally she is, but the brain doesn't stop developing until the age of 25. I would expect this out of a 19-year-old. Not grown-ass adults with whole entire YouTube channels and companies that support their entire household for the month. You know what I mean? Oh my God, are we having a vote on who is the prettiest now? Wow, so interesting. Remind me why I'm even here. Well, you don't have to be here. We're going through the court documents. I thought Christina was pretty. And I think that Lauren is pretty in her own way, but I think she was prettier before the Botox. But I mean, you don't got to be here. We're just going through court documents. As a matter of fact, if you want the court documents and all the exhibits without me giving you my thoughts, opinions, and speculations on them, you can find them in my Patreon. And Nightbot drops that link every so often. So have fun with that. And those don't have the watermark. All right, continuing. 32. On July 13th, she posted a video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo with a clown emoji over my face. Once again, trying to get people to identify who I am to come after me. Now we have Exhibit 11. 11, clown.
At the end of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass. But at the end of the day, they have to decide.
People wrote, seems like she always was a jackass. Christina said, that is true. Somebody said, I just adore you. Christina said, I adore you more.
Who they want to.
I mean, again, this is
At the
mean
end of
girl
the day,
bullshit.
they have to decide who they want to be. And this one.
You put a clown over her face. Oh my God. Why are we seeking stalking injunctions? Because there is a clown over her face. Oh, yeah. And I don't charge $50. It's $5 and you get access to everything. $5 a month and you get everything. So there you go. I think the more she digs, the worse it gets. And when you're in a hole, stop digging. Carolyn, exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly. End of. That was so perfectly said. Check for table 2, please. All right. Continuing with the deposition. I think this is her deposition. 33. On July 14th, I was on an episode of Mormon Stories podcast, and Christina wrote in the comments with eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. Oh my God. World's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for You. That's where we see this one that we've seen everywhere. Hey, Christina Mack. She's letting you know she's watching you. Oh my God, I'm so fearful for my life. Debbie, no one is twisting your arm. I never understand people who waste their time in places they hate, right? All right. She was watching the podcast. Lord have mercy. Isn't that the reason you put a podcast out, is so people will watch it? Okay. 34. Shortly after that episode premiered on July 17th of 2025, John DeHelen, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me with a link to the TikTok. In this thread, the writer of the email claims that Christina will continue to post the horrible things I have done and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me. Exhibit 13, JD email. Okay, let me get real close to my computer screen so I can read it to you. Okay, on July 16th of 2025, 12:15 p.m., Felicia O'Shields wrote, Hey, Dr. Dellen, I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There's a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthais in the true crime community. This has been brewing for years now and has recently blew up. There's a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials and overall credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay in the Lori Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube that she. There's a play button. Okay. That she has had an interaction with, or news affiliates and their journalists that are the face of their networks, what their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name names, but just look up the Lori Vallow Daybell headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists that were the ones who exposed Lori Vallow Daybell from the jump. Ask anyone who is in the true crime community about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make up outlandish lies, excuses, and make everyone else out to be the liars. I think you are intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here is the link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all those from that can tell about her treatment of them. I wish you the best with your channel. Thanks for all you do. Sent from my iPhone. I'm going to take this moment to grab Gigi's link, which I do believe y'all were telling me was related to Kay Woodcock. Let me grab that link. Okay. This channel, I think you guys were saying, was related to Kay Woodcock. And then right here, she's going live tonight. Let me see what time. 8:30. I'll be done way before then. So I will be going over there to see what she has to say. I think she's got some firsthand knowledge of the situation. There is her link, and I'll be there tonight. Okay, let's go back over here. All right, let me play. That was sent on Wednesday, July 16th, referencing the TikTok account. And it says, up here at the top, it says, I hope that there could possibly be some part of you that sees that this is actually serious and not the same sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. On July 16th of 2025 at 3:35 p.m., Felicia Shields wrote, "It's not me, but I can reach out to Christine, who runs the channel, to get her information so that you two could reach one another. Would that work?" And then someone said, "Felicia, is that you in the TikTok channel? If not, is there a way I can reach her from John?" It goes up, and this is from Felicia O'Shields, July 16th at 6:26 p.m. It has come to my attention that you are friends with Lauren and have been for over 10 years. Also, that your daughter may possibly work for her. Imagine you can understand why the creator would not feel any trust in the situation. I suggest that you follow her TikTok account. She has a lot more to share. There will be more revealed as to the horrible things that Lauren has done to so many out there. I hope that there could possibly be some part of you that sees this is actually serious and not some sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. Do you live near SLC by chance? No, never been. Hopefully one day. Are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast? What made you write me, John? I watch from time to time. I've enjoyed the episodes that I've been able to watch. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I rate you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She's on high alert at the moment, and it was the perfect timing for her to do your show in an attempt to do damage control. Don't allow her to take you down with her. This one says, I watched all the TikTok videos. The allegations seem super vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done wrong and provide any evidence? I'd be so super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but need details and evidence. And that TikTok channel was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. Please help. I want to do the right thing. Thanks, Felicia. Lord, this one says, Good morning, John. I could understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is not mentioned. There's a reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know without a doubt that she is speaking of Lauren. The creator is being petty intentionally. Keep watching her. She's going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to the other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interactions with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the face of the cases Lauren has worked on. Lori Vallow Daybell case, Delphi case, victims of cases. Get the information that you are looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I am being told to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I will leave you with this. Ask Lauren to her face how well she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of phone pings in Yellowstone for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. Uh-oh. Reach out to Bob Mata and Andrea Burkhart, too. Uh-oh. How well does Lauren know her cameraman? Lauren is the real bottom line. It is outed. You've been outed for what you are. It won't leave. We won't forget. It's one exit when humanity and be done. Yeah, with humility and be done. It should actually be embarrassing for Dr. John, and he should have counseled his wife a little bit better instead of enabling her. I agree with that. It's done is what I meant. Maybe. Seems that way. Okay, hold on just a minute. Okay, continuing with the document. I gotta find the example. Okay, we just read the email. On July 23rd, 2025, I was in Boise, Idaho, reporting at the Brian Koberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many, but there was one open next to a woman named Lindsay, who is a former producer of mine and a close friend of Christina's. I asked Lindsay if the seat was available, and a woman named Lori, also one of Christina's friends, began screaming at me not to talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. I simply ignored and walked away. If she had sent Lindsay a cease and desist and was talking to her, yeah, I'd be a little bit pissed off and probably scream at you not to talk to my friend too. That would be some bullshit. You sent my friend a cease and desist and then you're screaming at her? Right. Kate said, I had to get back a bit. My earbuds were flat. Oh, no. In the words of Limp Bizkit, it's all about the he said, she said bullshit. And then he says, I think you better quit talking that shit or you'll be leaving with a fat lip. Uh-oh. Okay. During that day, myself and my producer, Greyson, were consistently filmed by Christina's group of friends, which included Lindsay, Janice, Lori, Sarah, Julie, and Emma. All were involved in commenting and reposting the content on those targeted social media pages. Exhibit 14 is Janice filming. Okay, let's see Exhibit 14. Oh, we don't have Exhibit 14. That's the one I've never had. Okay, we have to skip that one. That night, my producer and I went to a local restaurant in Boise to have dinner after the sentencing. We sat outside the restaurant and were enjoying our dinner when I noticed Janice was filming me from outside of the restaurant's property. I turned my camera on for safety, and shortly after that, Lori and Sarah came up to my dinner table confronting me. Exhibit 15, dinner incident.
She was recording me, so I did what you did. I just like waved, and then she proved she was, but I just flipped me off as I waved. Like I don't know why. Don't stare. Don't stare. I do. Remember what we decided. Thank you. Please do not give them air.
About today?
What?
About today? You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops talk to Christina about stuff that you did. You shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be coming, talking to her. You should be staying far away from her.
The woman's not wrong. You sent her a cease and desist. You shouldn't be talking to her at all. You should be staying the fuck away from her. You sent her a cease and desist and then got the gall to come up to her and talk to her like that? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Kalisa said, wait, so they are both filming each other, but Lauren is mad because only she should be able to do that? Evidently. And the rest of the world, the rest of YouTube, the rest of everybody is over here looking at her like...
Now what the fuck is going on?
Ma'am, I need you to stop. Okay, thank you, Abellis. I appreciate that. You're right about that. Better than watching the kids in Congress and the White House smear the shit from their diapers on all of us. No doubt. We do need a recorder emoji. I'll have to make one.
So the cops have nothing to do with what
I just think, don't.
I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay. Lindsay. Is anyone sitting here? Don't talk to her.
Lindsay's in her 30s. She can talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. Don't talk to her. Lindsay, I'm not talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She sent her a cease and desist letter. Why wouldn't Lindsay talk to her?
The cease and desist is later to Christina, and the police calling Christina. I didn't request that.
I can't hear
someone,
you.
Just stay away. Someone that please.
Just stop acting like nothing happened, that you haven't done anything.
I haven't done anything, and I will stand by that forever. Yeah, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do with
we
this.
We are her friends, and we will back her up till the day
A cease and desist is a legal business. It has nothing to do with you guys.
That you did. You in that.
What did I do?
You accused her of things you did.
Well,
What did I do?
You sent her cease and desist, and then
What
you
did I
approached
do?
her. You approached her after you
A
sent
cease
her
and
a cease and
desist?
desist. Why would you want to approach?
I mean, okay, so they're friends and they have her back. And she's saying, "What did I do? What did I do?" You sent her a cease and desist, and then you proceeded to talk to her after sending her a cease and desist. She does, kinda. I like flutes. Just picturing two women in a restaurant holding up the line. Right. Kind of like people who commit crime and they're only sorry after they get caught. Right, Carolyn? I swear to God, I knew her in high school. Did you? Or are you just being snarky?
Approach her after you sent her a cease and desist.
I asked if I could
I know.
sit.
I told her there wasn't.
I was at a press conference.
So then she kept asking. I know. What does that have to do with anything?
When there's not a lot of seats, you say,
There were lots of empty seats she could have sat at, but she chose to ask about sitting. She chose to specifically approach somebody by name that she sent a cease and desist to. It's just like,
Great. Guess what? You know what? I work with Lindsay, and she tried to get me sued. So guess what? I don't give a fuck.
I don't know you.
Well, you know me. You don't know me.
No, I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash extensions, but we've never hung out.
No, I know.
I don't know you.
never said we
So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable. I don't know you. I don't know why you guys approached us. We asked about a seat at a press conference. I don't approach you guys when we're all hanging out together.
We don't all hang out together.
You guys, I know. So you're approaching me while I'm trying to have dinner. I approached you at a press conference about a seat. Could you please? She's bothering us. Could you tell her to leave us alone? I don't know her. I've never communicated with her.
Sorry, who do you know why that's not up yet?
Thank you.
At least they got the mic out.
Always the tattletale. She's bothering us. Can you tell her to leave us alone? All right. So she was confronted by somebody else, it appears. I'll give her that. We're at 42. Janice continued to film the court confrontation from outside of the restaurant. The waiter came over as Lori D walked away, while Sarah P continued her confrontation. After leaving the restaurant, they walked to the restaurant across and sat there waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. 45. Both myself and Greyson were in fear for our safety and eventually called the police to help escort us. And now we've got Exhibit 16, where they called the police to get an escort.
So I just want to explain what happened. Here's Greyson. Here am I. I had her sitting here because this is where it is. And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. He felt threatened. I told him he felt threatened. And now, here they all are, sitting across at a different restaurant, getting groceries. It's Lindsay. It's Lori. And they're looking. And I feel like we can't leave, and now we feel frightened. And one thing they said, we've been very drama-free all afternoon. We worked the same trial. And one thing they said as they approached our table is stop acting like nothing's wrong. We're just trying to be professional while we cover trials together. That's our waiter, and we asked him to get rid of them. And we now feel like we can't leave. And they're all sitting and I'm looking side-eye. I don't want to look over because they're like waiting for us. And so I'm not leaving.
Yeah, why is she still filming it? For her documentary, like she talked about when she was crying on the bed in that 9-hour live. She needs it for her documentary, in my opinion. Okay. After hearing about everything, Officer Jacobs called the on-call prosecutor and took a report for stalking, which was a report that ended in 9:02. Let me see if that's the one we read. I don't think so. I don't think we have that report specifically. No. The next one I have is Exhibit 17. Hold on just a minute. Yeah. So I don't have that report, but it continues on to So we'll skip that. They took a report for stalking. Okay, the police did. This is a current matter being investigated by the Boise Police Department. The report will reflect that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening. The waiter explained to us and the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. Now, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I'm sorry, we're all the way down here. I apologize, it wasn't up on screen. They decided to eat outside at the same restaurant in all of the restaurants in the whole entire world. You decided to eat outside of that restaurant. I shouldn't say the whole entire world, in that area, because you were all there for the trial. In that area, you decide to eat at the same restaurant, and all of a sudden decide that you're going to eat outside, probably for the first time ever, when it's not even that sunny or beautiful outside. You just want to eat outside. And then you have a confrontation with her. You went up to her, all of this shit happened, but you were eating outside, so you didn't know that they were eating inside. I don't believe that for a second. I believe that they saw them eating inside and said, we'll just eat outside to be safe, to make it look like we didn't know, because we weren't even inside. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. Hey, Kim. Probably was a dirty fish tank. I hear Lauren knows a great eyelash specialist. What boggles my mind about this restaurant deal is they asked for them to leave. They left, went to another restaurant, and are mad that they're at the restaurant across the street. I'll bank money on it that the other side was waiting for them to leave so they could leave. And Lauren and company were waiting for them to leave. High school bullshit. Exactly. Tiny town and one cafe. Let's see. And you could be right. Boise. So Boise, Idaho is pretty big, I think. Hold on. That looks like the restaurant they were at. Okay. So less than a 2-minute walk from the courthouse, I do believe. We got Costa Vida Mexican, Asteria Wine Bar, Buffalo Wild Wings, Nagrante Creamery Ice Cream, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Dutch Bros Coffee, City Center Plaza Deli. So we got the Mexican restaurant, the Buffalo Wings, and the deli. Less than a 2-minute walk. A 2 to 5 minute walk. We got the Trap House, Tony's Pizzeria, Pizza, Taj Mahal of Idaho, which is Indian, ice cream, but they wouldn't want ice cream. Barbecue. Okay. The Grove Plaza. I don't know where the restaurant is. I mean, the courthouse, not restaurant. Anyway, we got Mexican, American food at the Wild Buffalo Wings, and a deli. Trillium is also American style food. So there's 4. And then a 2 to 5 minute walk. We got pizza, more American food, Indian food, seafood, American, Southern food. Mooney's Kitchen, that's a diner. There's a steakhouse. There's another American, Italian, a brunch style place, which we can discount that. Deli, American, fine dining, seafood, burgers, Chinese. Like, I won't count the ice cream shops, but my goodness, there's like, let's say, to be safe, let's say there's at least 17. I mean, there's a total of 43, but I'll say there's at least 17 within a 5-minute walk of the courthouse. So I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it that out of all the places, they just magically ended up at the same one. Yeah, you want privacy, go not even in a park, take it back to your room. You can have it delivered to your fucking room too. Room service. We've done it when we would take the kids out. We would get room service. The kids loved it too. Like, I mean, I'm not buying it. When confronted with the truth and her crap behavior, she wants the conversation to end and looks to wait staff or law enforcement to make her go away when the truth reveals itself. And that's what she keeps doing over and over and over. Best way to avoid the drama, unless sitting there, is beneath her. Yeah, she acts like everybody's beneath her, in my opinion. All right. So the waiter explained to us and the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. I don't believe that for a second, personally, but you make your own decision on that. Okay. However, after that incident, Christina made a social media video about the incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay H., who has received a cease and desist. In that video, posted on August 8th, Christina used an audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th of 2025. So now we've got a confrontation recap exhibit. Let's go to exhibit 17. Oh, we just did that one. Okay. Exhibit 17.
Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend A cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A avoided her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose your own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit. A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, "Do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you." Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, "Oh, she can fight her own battles." Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle, okay?
So yeah, cease and desist is saying, please stop talking about me. And then the person who sent you that comes up and talks to you. Yeah, I'm going to have a fucking problem too. Look, let me tell you something, Malibu Surf. If I had this going on, Mr. Speculating would look at me and he'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you this is not you. You know better than to be this bullshit. What the fuck are you doing? He would probably take my fucking internet from me. And be like, nope, we're going camping for a week. No devices. Nope. Get the fuck. Nope. Nope.
Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her, even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours, had been at that restaurant first. It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged this ex-friend is.
I know that abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem or that they look like the solution. Yes. So that is a really interesting. Right? Abusers will.
Oh, okay. So we got comments. I'm confused. If she makes content like this, then most people would send a cease and desist. Preach the truth, girl. And Christina replied, yes, ma'am. Ex-friend is the master at creating the problem. Christina said, you can say that again. And then somebody said, this is so clear. Somebody said, truth. Master. This is so clear. Truth. Nothing but, said Christina. You rock, Christina. Love you to the moon. Ah, means the world to me from you. She replied. She should be arrested for filing false police reports. Filing too, said Christina. Oh my God, she continues to outdo herself. Hold on. Oh my God, she continues to outdo herself. Friend X equals psycho. And Christina replied, I won't disagree with you on this one. Oh no. Oh, it's over here. Okay. I hate when that happens. All right, continuing with the document. On July 29th of 2025, Christina also posted another video of my voice. So we got Exhibit 18, Hot Mic.
A lot today from I even took a picture.
I noticed she likes you. She
Her
came
and I
over.
talked a lot. And she even came to me after and she said, thank you for being so kind.
Yeah, I
And then
noticed
she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her. I got a lot today from I even took a picture.
I noticed.
Okay, we're gonna break that down in just a second. I can't understand everything that's going on. Kate, thank you for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships and gifting the new videos to new members of Speculation Station. Thank you so much. That was so sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so very much, Kate. With the cat, those memberships went to JK, Karen Ashdown, Amber M, the Cornish Gypsy, and Carrie Artigue. Thank you so much, Kate, for that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. If you guys were gifted from Kate and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Kate thank you. Thank you again, Kate, so very much. I greatly appreciate that. That's so very sweet of you. Let me grab the haunted train to pick our new members up on the way to Speculation Station. And thank you again, Kate. Thank you so very much. So I think Hio made us a recording. Nope, I don't see it on mine yet. Hio made us a recording emoji. Thank you again, Kate. Where is it? Stalking. Hio made us a recording emoji and it's called stalking. So now we can throw recording emojis in chat anytime we need to let people know that they're being recorded. So just so you guys know, this is being recorded. We are live on YouTube right now. So we need to throw the stalking emojis in chat because we are being recorded at all times when we're live on the YouTube channel. I love that. I like it too. It's like pink and blue and purple. Those are my favorite colors. It was high noon in Denver, said Malibu. All right. So this is a hot mic. Let's see if we can figure out what they're saying. It says POV listening to my ex friend's minion fill her in on weaponized quote kindness. Okay. So the recording says
A lot today from I even took a
I got a lot today from Redacted. I noticed I even took a picture with her.
I noticed she likes you.
I noticed she likes you. She
her
came
and I
over.
talked a lot. And she even came to
Her and I talked a lot, and she even came to
me after and she said, thank you for being so kind.
And she said, thank you for being so kind.
I noticed she was very open to me asking anything.
And I noticed she was very open to me asking me anything.
She knew I was kind to her.
Because she knew I was kind to her. If Redacted knew you talked to me, she's not going to like it. Don't say my name. Oh, hot mic. So that's showing you right there that she sent what sounds to be Greyson over to somebody, and that person is like, "Thank you for being so kind. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you for your kindness and support. I greatly appreciate you. It's nice to meet you." And Lauren sent that person over because it's somebody that doesn't like Lauren, to the extent that Lauren says if she knew you were talking to me, she wouldn't like that very much. And Grayson's kind of, excited and happy about how the girl was complimenting her on her kindness and kind of fell for the bullshit, which again just goes to prove even more so this high school fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, Lauren deserves everything that's coming her way. If you don't want the shit to get out, don't write the shit down to begin with. Stalking, sure, stalking, sure, stalking. I didn't even realize we had both of those emojis. What is it with the eyes? Sure, stalking, sure, stalking. I love it. I love it so much. You're so funny. My stalker, an ex-friend, and an LDS bishop walk into a bar. Why the long face, Lauren?
I got a lot today from I even took a picture.
I noticed she likes you. She came over.
It says the way they talk over each other too. And vomit face, hey collab, follow us.
Talked a lot. And she even came to me after and she
Haha,
said,
you could say
thank
that
you for
again.
being so kind to me.
See, you hear him again. She even came to me after and was like, thank you for being so kind to me. Like they it's so sick. Someone said, why would you even acknowledge a hot mic? It only makes it more obvious that you're hiding something. Just stop talking and there. Acknowledging a hot mic often just draws more attention to whatever was said, and it can come off as suspicious. When someone points out a hot mic,
She was very open to me asking anything.
and scrambles to explain, it signals panic or guilt, even if that was said. Even if what was said wasn't actually damning. Silence, on the other hand, lets things cool down and avoids feeding the fire. Christina replied, haha, it's like the couple exposing their affair at the Coldplay.
I think she knew I was kind to her.
It makes me sick, though, how they find it amusing that the girl was like, thank you for being so kind to me. Why do they need the drama? Why do they need the drama? And they've got it. At this point, Mustang, they wanted a Jerry Springer channel, and they've got it. You're a trip, Anders. Somebody said, quote, oh, hot Mike, then proceeds to say how much she loves the person they're planning and plotting to expose. Yeah, classic INT, LNT. Replied, exactly. You know, these two have talked shit before. Quote, I noticed she liked you. Did you notice she doesn't like me?
I got a lot today from
The last comment says, this conversation is so catty. They sound like mean girls in the cafeteria. I bet they wear bows on Wednesday. Christina replied, at this point, she's blown Regina George's actions out of the water. Regina eventually felt some level of remorse. This human allegedly is incapable. I mean, that's exactly what it sounded like to me. Again, you guys can be the judge, but that's what it sounded like to me. All right, Lauren's deposition continues. On August 6th of 2025, Christina published a video with photos of my husband's website. My husband, John, is a clinical and forensic psychologist licensed in both Utah and Nevada. Christina questioned his credentials and spoke about calling UNLV, where he is an adjunct professor, to inquire about whether or not he is an adjunct professor. John has been an informal adjunct professor for over 20 years and takes on a new student every year, supervising them as they work on their thesis. Example 19, Exhibit 19. Okay, this is Exhibit 19.
My ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's credentials. She claims that he is a criminal psychologist, a forensic psychologist, and a clinical psychologist. He has a psychology license. I found that that's a fact. She also claims he's been an adjunct professor at UNLV since 2007. Because this involves other people and I'm trying to figure out what's fact versus fiction, I decided to call up UNLV and see if Dr. So-and-so has been an adjunct professor since 2007. No, you have no records at all working for UNLV? No. Okay. Well, I find a paper online that shows that he's willing to supervise PhD students doing their thesis project. My question is the man who got his PhD in philosophy, not psychology, philosophy, got his master's degree in marriage and family and child counseling, but does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology.
I get what she's saying. I don't agree with calling somebody's work or whatever, but we even saw in the rebuttal video the response to the response of her 9-hour live, where she was throwing his credentials around and trying to take credit for it, trying to basically be under his banner of what he does. The comment here says, can someone without a PhD in psychology actually perform forensic evaluations? Nowhere on their website does it state where he got his PhD in. They leave that part out. It's almost like it's hidden on purpose. But don't worry, I found it. A PhD in philosophy, probably why they leave it out. Please tell me I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure being a forensic psychologist is a lie as well. But I'm open to being wrong. I'm surprised these liars' pants aren't on fire at this point. I don't agree with calling the ex-husband's job, but like at this point, she's got a vendetta and it's gone really, really far. I mean, they both keep pouring gas on the fire at this point. Again, I don't agree with calling her husband's job, but if she feels like she's trying to figure out, what's going on, what's going on, and if this woman is lying, I could see myself possibly doing that, but I wouldn't post it online, I don't think. I don't know. He's not a psychologist. He has his PhD in philosophy. Does that mean he could be a forensic psychologist, or is he lying? What do you guys think? As soon as he's inserted himself into this, he became available for scrutiny, and I agree with that too. I mean, he's on there every day reading philosophy books and all of that. Please do call my work. I'm the boss. Push 2 to file a complaint or claim, said Dandy. We're misunderstanding the terminology. See, I could have it wrong, and that's why I said, let me know. Like, what do you guys think about her calling the husband's job? Do you think it's completely unethical? Do you think it would be acceptable because she doesn't believe it? She's trying to figure out and like understand the PhD in philosophy and not specifically forensic psychology. Like, he doesn't have a medical degree in forensic psychology. He's got a PhD. And trying to understand the terminology. Like, I could see myself doing that, but not putting it out online. He has a PhD in psychology, not philosophy. The PhD is in the philosophy of psychology. Okay. Oh, well, thank you, Rubber Ramada. You too, love. Okay. Let me play it and see what else.
Or able to supervise doctorates in psychology when he has his doctorate in philosophy.
Mao.
Also is able to be a forensic psychologist. One other thing.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me see what the comments say. Miss King said, like you said, I might call, but I wouldn't post about it. Right. He's actually a doctor in the comment under this TikTok shows she's wrong about his credentials. Okay. Hope you're doing well. This is a mess. Lauren doesn't need to write a book. She's doing it virtually. I think everything is planned and intentionally thought out to make money. It could be. Christina should not have started it, but Lauren could have ended it by being the bigger person and ignoring it. She chose to double down and show us who she is. And I mean, at the end of the day, I can't disagree with that. He has a PhD, also called a doctorate, not an MD. Okay, thank you. It's a whole mess. I agree. She's wrong, doesn't understand what PhD means. Calling his work, oh, that's where the stalking claim came from. But she's been claiming the stalking way before that. This is towards the end, but maybe you could get her for that. Yeah. But she's not like riding in front of the house. Okay, under it says, if anyone is a forensic psychologist, please tell me. Hidden on purpose along with any ethics. Maybe we are just in denial, replied Christine. It's a house of cards from day one, said someone. Christina said, stacked in the most obscure of ways. Someone said, so quick to search past the first result in Google shows. Undergrad in psychology, Princeton, master's in therapy, doctorate in psychology from University of SoCal, specialty in forensics, kind of like any profession, licensed in at least 2 states with strict licensing requirements. I wonder if they're going to click more on that. No, they didn't. But people replied. Christina said also a search of the site just confirmed he supervised a few students. Supervised, not adjunct professor. Easy to appoint yourself as a victim advocate so you can sit with victims and paw all over them throughout trial. Christina said, oh, definitely on brand for you to be spicy. Somebody said if he's doing adjunct stuff at UNLV, that means he's licensed in Nevada. In order to be licensed in Nevada, you have to have a doctoral degree in psychology. A PhD is a doctor in psychology per your screenshot. So yes, he would have a psychology doctorate, and yes, he could supervise student, and they didn't click more. Oh, students, and yes, he could do forensic work. Christina said he's not an adjunct professor, though. That's been debunked. Not sure how you got from PhD in philosophy to psychology, though. PSYD is a doctorate in psychology. PSYD is just different and relatively new program that allows you to be a licensed psychologist without doing a dissertation. PhD research is focused, while PSYD is more clinically focused, but both are legit ways to become a psychologist. And PhD is going to, and I don't know if they're going to click more. Somebody replied, it hasn't been debunked though. You literally showed a screenshot that he supervised students. That's an adjunct professor. You don't need to teach at a school to do that. Supervising students equals adjunct professor. If he's licensed, then he has a doctorate in psychology. The last comment says, willing to supervise and actually supervising students is different. The school themselves said they have zero record of him ever being an adjunct professor. Oh, she did click on it. Okay. Lord have mercy. Let me read that whole comment again. When I see HTC laughing behind the paywall on Patreon discussing the amount of tiers on what information you're going to get, I knew right then they are the ones with a slow month, not law and crime. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly, Justice Jane. That's not freaking cool. They said informed, so that means not hired. To me, that means not hired formally for that job. Philosophy literally means love of knowledge. It's what a person receiving a doctorate gets. Yeah, I agree with you. Lauren claims that Christina filed a complaint with the board. Christina didn't do that. She was just trying to understand his degree. Lauren is lying. And I think it's because it's not actual science. Great that he's licensed marriage and child counselor. They're going to need it. They probably will, Kate. Philosophy is an abstract science, while psychology is an empirical science. I did not know that. Thank you. They would have posted the complaint if it was legit, in my opinion. Yeah, it would be in this document with all these exhibits. All right, so this says PSYD is just a different and relatively new program that allows you to be licensed psychologist without doing a dissertation. PhD is research focused, while a PSYD is more clinically focused, but both are legit ways to become a psychologist. And PhD is going to be way more common because there's only a few PSYD programs and they're all very expensive versus a PhD program, which usually pays you a stipend to do research for your university. Okay, this comment says it hasn't been debunked though. You literally showed a screenshot that he supervised students. That's an adjunct professor. You don't need to teach at school to do that. Supervising students equals adjunct professor. If he's licensed, then he has a doctorate in psychology. You can't work around that with state licensure. They're very strict. Hold on. Okay. A PhD or Doctor of Philosophy is a terminal academic degree that signifies the highest level of achievement in a specific field earned through extensive original research and a dissertation. Thank you, Abellas. I really don't care what his education level is, but I think this strange man needs to see a licensed therapist and or psychiatrist. Also, Brad Pitt needs a head up regarding this guy. No doubt. No doubt. I agree with you on that. Willing to supervise and actually supervising students is different. The school themselves said they have zero record of him ever being an adjunct professor. Why does it say willing? It actually tells you what the practicum placement will be and is. All PhDs are doctorates of psychology. Yes, he has a doctor of psychology and is able to supervise other students. And yes, he could be a forensic psychologist. I'm going to copy, and Christina said, I'm going to copy and paste what I found on Google. No, not all PhDs are doctorates of psychology. A PhD or doctor of philosophy is a doctoral degree awarded in many different fields of study, including psychology, but also encompassing areas like science, humanitarian, humanities, and engineering. While a PhD in psychology is a doctorate, so is a PhD, a doctor of psychology. The key difference lies in their focus. A PhD in psychology emphasizes research and theory, while PsyD focuses more on clinical practice and application. Somebody said, I'm so sorry, I meant doctorate of philosophy. And the doctorate of philosophy is specialized in some. Okay, all right, I'm not going to continue reading all of these comments, but we get it. They're arguing about her old man's doctorate degrees. Okay, just like we were just doing. If you want to look at that, you can pause it on the screen and check it out. Feel free to do so. In my opinion, he isn't responsible for his wife's actions. Sorry, I'll read it from over here. I'm sure he's busy. He's doing his work. Until he's proven otherwise, I'll take him at his word. Didn't she say she's not Amber Heard? Really? Might want to take that one back. She doesn't want to be perceived as, that's the wrong one. Hold on. She doesn't want to be perceived as like Amber Heard or some type of celebrity status, but she's treating it like she thinks she has celebrity status. Hey, Brenda, good to see you. Pretty hard to determine. That's what it stands for in this one. All right, let's continue. Okay, we were at the end of that page. Now we're on 58. We're almost, I think this is, no, we got a couple pages left of Lauren's declaration. On August 13th, Christina posted screenshots of our correspondence from April in which I clearly state that I felt threatened, once again showing no regard for myself or my safety. Now we got Exhibit 20, the TikTok.
I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have their receipts because, contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the Nevada law?
Let me see if I was just doing some searching, because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to toot my horn and say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs. And you do too. I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash.
Okay, happy birthday to the grandbaby, Lisa, and thank you, Hio, for the pumpkins and the Dracula. We need a ghost. I like the stalker and the eyes emojis. We need a ghost to go with the pumpkins and the Dracula. Yeah, little bit of Lisa. Happy first birthday to little bit grandbaby. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay. I'm going to play that one more time because I didn't catch all of it. And then there was...
I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have the receipts because, contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the...
Okay. So it says, what she wrote is, there are laws that we just don't know coming out of an officer of the law that gets me. He literally called me to tell me I was breaking the law that he didn't know from a state I don't even live in. I hadn't even shared the screenshots yet. Also, I know I touch my hair a lot. I don't know why. Maybe an ADHD thing, who knows? But here's some wild emotional whiplash. Hashtag love bombing is real. Don't fall for
Not
it.
illegal to share screenshots.
What's the Nevada law?
Let me see if I was just doing some searching because
Yeah, there we
here's
go.
the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to toot my horn and say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because we, there's so many laws that we just don't know about. You know?
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I did. Later, full-on love bombing. It started in the morning.
Because we, there's so many laws that we just don't know about. You know?
It started in the
Okay, in the morning. I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my
morning
actions.
after I confronted her about all of her lies.
Pause if you need a second to read it. So
Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love.
Barely an hour later. Everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before, I gave you a chance. I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought, but the truth is, I defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. Okay, so this is Lauren, because remember at the beginning, we read this in the blue, that was from her, and she referenced that as her apology. This is Lauren's apology. Again, we're reading it from her side. So she again continues, unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll regret the things I said and thought, but the truth is, I'll defend you to the moon and back and forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life, ILK forever defend you. And we read the rest of it. I can't
Bombing.
get
I'm
the
their
full
ride or
words.
die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom,
Boom. That night, hey, Christina, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you, yet I'm already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter. And we read all of that. I can't see the bottom of it.
accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a legit.
And again, she said, I can confidently, this is what Christina said. I can confidently say what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other requests, I think you already know I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you.
Legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too. I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash.
Hold on a minute. I got a text message about my child spending the night with his friend. Let me handle this real quick. Woohoo! All right. Handled that. Justice Jane said, thank God for our servicemen and women for free speech. For me, though, there is moral and integrity issues on all sides. Big money brings out the worst in people or their fear of losing it. I agree. And I'm grateful that we have free speech here in America as well. Okay. So let's go back over here. Nope, that one. All right. That was the text TikTok. Lauren says, after that date, she has continued posting more social media videos about me. Presently, she has posted 50 TikToks and 33 Instagram posts about me. She continues to share my voice, my photos, and use search engine optimization on these platforms. So if you look up my name, her videos come up. Her group of friends continue to comment and harass. Not only has she contacted UNLV, where my husband supervises students, and John DeHelen, she has also contacted the producer of national news shows, advising them not to work with me, other colleagues of mine, and has also approached victims of major crime that I work with to tell them that I am not who I say I am. She has become entirely obsessed with me, doing anything she can to make me feel unsafe and fearful. She has done the same with my family and my producer. My producer is so fearful, she has had to see a psychiatrist to get on medication for anxiety, as well as medication to simply be able to sleep at night. Well, if that's the case, ma'am, you need to release Greyson from her duties. My husband's blood pressure is far higher than ever, and doctors are concerned about his health. He is not sleeping due to fear and anxiety as well. Exhibit 21 is attached. I mean, I would ask also not to be rude or mean or anything, but like, are you eating a lot of fried foods? Because that can make, blood pressure be high. So this says just the pics. Okay, Banks said they're cool, but not for him. LOL. LOL. I can't sleep. My heart is racing. I'm a mess. I don't think I can do the meeting tomorrow and probably in no condition or mood to film next week either. This shit is a life destroyer. I hope I don't have a heart attack over all this bullshit because I can't calm down at all. None of this is good news. I feel like we are back to square one where we started. I will try to go back to sleep if I can, but seems unlikely at the moment. I hope you can get some rest or are resting. 8:11. I love you. Please, please sleep after getting Banks to school. You and I will talk today. I need someone to listen yesterday, but let's you and I talk it out today. I needed someone to listen yesterday, but let's you and I talk it out today. Okay. Let's go back to the document. I live in constant fear about being followed and harassed, both at home or when I go to work in other states, as well as online. But you have no proof that anybody's come to your house or followed you or anything like that. It's just when you were working in that area that they recorded you, and it seems like you could have been egging it on a little bit, in my opinion. 68. I cannot function in my day-to-day life due to her obsessive campaign against me and how it is affecting my mental and physical well-being. Christina uses herself as well as others to continue to harass and stalk me daily. The attacks are unraveling, and she will never stop. I fear for our safety and our well-being. Every day, it feels like the walls are closing in, and there is no escape from these terrifying and obsessive, unrelenting attacks on us, our reputation, and our work. I feel threatened and in danger 24/7. I cannot continue to live in fear every single day, wondering what will happen next. The stress of this has already caused many dangerous health side effects for my husband and for myself and my family and my producer. It's positively malicious, and I have already described in painful but important detail. I am fearful for how far she will continue to take things if the court does not step in and help me and us. I need the social media attacks and cyber stalking to stop. She has contacted people I work with, harming relationships with no basis. I need to be able to show up to work and work events without being fearful of my safety and confrontations. I need to be able to function day to day and not wonder what is coming next and how she will harm me and those I care about. And that was signed August 27th of 2025. Now, we're going to jump over because it's so much. As you can see, we've been on for 4 hours, and we've just gotten through the first document with all the exhibits. I think I'm going to try to put that out in a video tonight, just going reading that document again and pulling up all the exhibits as they're listed in there. I want to read John's declaration, and I want to show you guys. See, we've got Christina's declaration to go over tomorrow when we come live. I want to do the end of that court hearing real quick, but we're going to try to also go over that in order too, but we will go over the end of it today. Let me find John's declaration. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Declaration of Dr. John. Declaration of Lori, Lindsay, Janice. I don't know if I have it. Watermarked. Hold on just a minute. Okay. We'll go over here. I guess you'll get to see this one without the watermark. But they're all on my Patreon without the watermark. Let me pull it up for you. Like, this is when I saw this one as I was printing them all out today, and I got real damn upset about this. Okay, so this is Lauren Matthais as the plaintiff versus Christina as the defendant. I, Dr. John Matthais, declare as follows. Okay, and this proceeds to be his declaration. Now, we all know who John Matthais is. He is her husband, who has the PhD, I don't know. He's got some education in psychology. I'll leave it at that. I think that's safe to say. And has been backing up what the checks that Lauren's mouth wrote that her ass can't cash. That's just my opinion, of course. All right. I, Dr. John Matthais, declare as follows. I am the husband of Lauren Matthais. I am a clinical and forensic psychologist licensed in both Utah and Nevada. I received an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Princeton University, a master's degree in marriage, family, and child counseling from the University of Southern California, and a doctorate in counseling psychology from the University of Southern California. I am currently a partner with Lauren in Hidden Productions, where we co-host the Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel. I also supervise doctoral students at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, or UNLV, and have done so since 2007. I have evaluated over 500 criminals for the risk of recidivism and mental health problems, psychopathology related to criminality. I've been certified by the Utah Department of Corrections, UDOC, and the Utah Network on Juveniles Obtaining Safety, NOJOS, to conduct forensic evaluations with both adult and juvenile sexual offenders. I have been approved by the state of Nevada Parole and Probation to perform forensic evaluations and to work with juvenile and adult offenders in therapy groups. I have also been certified by the federal courts as an expert in forensic work to perform forensic evaluations, and I have received federal and state expert services, contracts to perform forensic work, and to conduct forensic evaluations. I have also led and conducted hundreds of therapy group sessions with hundreds of convicted felons since 1996, in addition to working with hundreds of child and adult victims of trauma and abuse. Okay, I want to stop right there. He's listing all of his training and all of his degrees and all of the things he does as if he's writing this as a doctor that has done an evaluation of a defendant in a court case. Like that, he's not writing it as her husband. You're not supposed to, from my understanding, you're not supposed to like evaluate your family, your wife, your friends, and things like that. You're supposed to evaluate your clients that pay you for it. So it's weird and off-putting for me that he's writing this document as somebody that has evaluated Lauren in a professional context instead of writing it as her husband, but then proceeds to treat it as like what he's seen because he's her husband. Does that make sense to you? Thank you for dropping that link. We will be over there tonight. I will be. JJ and Tylee's relative Crusher will be on sharing their side on difficult research. Yep, we shared it. I dropped it earlier, and I appreciate y'all dropping it again. I will be over there, and I have my notifications on. He can't diagnose family or Brad Pitt, said Dandy. All right, so he writes, since April of 2025, I have personally observed the ongoing harassment and stalking directed at my wife, Lauren. Both as her spouse and as a licensed psychologist, I have witnessed the profound toll this harassment has taken on her mental health. She has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, hopelessness and despair, and repeated panic attacks. She has internalized many of the cruel and false narratives directed at her, which has eroded her self esteem. She has exhibited trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, excessive anxiety, and intrusive and unwanted thoughts. I have watched her withdraw socially and struggle to concentrate, with a significant decline in her work focus and productivity. She has also experienced ongoing insomnia, reduced appetite and weight loss, feelings of inadequacy, fear, irritability, frequent migraine headaches, and persistent stress related gastrointestinal problems. She's got the bubble guts. She got the bubble guts, y'all. And I mean, but even reading this, he's diagnosing her. Like, there has to be a line. That's his wife. Are you saying that you're seeing all these things to make it sound more, I don't know, aggressive to help your wife win this lawsuit, or this stalking RO, to help her get the RO? Because it's not false narratives. It's the truth due to text messages that she wrote. Carr said, I'll bank money on it that Dr. John or someone in his practice is the psychologist for Greyson. Probably. He's walking a fine line in this. I hope his reputation is worth Miss Botox and her hurt feelings. That's what I see. Did anyone notice where I laid my tiny violin? I mean, exactly. Like, you can't be both. On more than one occasion, she has expressed self-harm thoughts, overwhelmed by the relentless nature of malicious and false attacks directed at her. The day I will never forget is July 7th, 2025, at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. I woke up to Lauren rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband, and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I've known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such self-harming thoughts. I was devastated and concerned by this extreme change in her behavior. Again, you can't be her husband and her psychologist at the same time. I mean, are you saying all of these things to try to help her get the RO, or because it's the truth? Hey, sweet sativa. He probably feels the need to list his credentials because he was accused of being a fraud with no degree or certifications. You know what? You're probably right. And that could be exactly what's going on. Thank you for that, sweet sativa. Oh, thank you, Lala. Rhonda said, oh my God, this here sounds like the book he's writing. Please stop with the damn lies. Lauren is the stalker. Lauren is the one that's being a pain in the ass. I can't disagree. In court, this can be equated to her husband speaking in her defense with bias. Exactly. That's what I'm seeing.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
That's what I'm seeing. You know? Did he take her to the emergency room or go get help? Good question, Justice Jane. Probably not. Maybe she just has menopause setting in and being the man he doesn't get it. Maybe, hey, hillbilly Belinda, my problem is, why didn't you call 911? Exactly. Like, if you see somebody that's there talking about harming themselves like that, why not call 911? All right, let me, again, this is the part that pissed me off real damn bad. Okay. Our 8-year-old son has been greatly affected by these events. He has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run. Telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he tells her to, and not ask questions. He lives with the constant fear that harm will come to her, and his sense of safety has been diminished. He mirrors his mother's anxiety and distress as he has attempted to comfort and protect her, taking on responsibilities no young child should bear. I got to stop right there and say, why is he doing that? Why have you made this child feel like he needs to look and tell her to run, and she needs to run because he's the one who needs to save her life? Why has the child seen all of this that she's doing? Why does he know all of this that's going on with his mother, to the extent that he's so damn scared that he needs to tell her to run, and he needs to make sure that she knows that she needs to run so he can save her life? Why is your child taking on responsibilities that no child should be taking on? Why are these conversations not happening behind closed doors where a fucking 8-year-old isn't seeing them? I cannot. Yeah, why does the kid know this? Exactly, Billy Belinda. The kid is probably hearing all the drama, but the kid should not be privy to any of this at all. Like, that shit pissed me off real bad. If I tell you to run, you need to run. That is sick and sad. That child should not feel like that at all. So I'm going to go back a little bit. He mirrors his mother's anxiety and distress, and he has attempted to comfort and protect her, taking on responsibilities no young child should bear. His fear of strangers and imagined catastrophes has increased dramatically to the point of often refusing to leave the home. He has withdrawn socially from friends, struggled to fall asleep at his normal bedtime, and significantly reduced his appetite since the stalking began. This parental role reversal, empathetic trauma, and emotional harm are all symptoms of what happens to children who become secondary victims when a parent is subject to ongoing stalking and harassment. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, sir. First of all, this is not stalking and harassment. Second of all, there's nothing secondary about it. He should not know about any of this. This is not somebody else's fault because she feels like she's being stalked. Keeping in mind that it's all text messages that she said, it's all shit that she said that she's worried about being released. There is no stalking and harassment going on. You've got somebody that don't like you. You've got an internet troll that's going to release messages that you motherfucking said. You should not have said that shit. Do not say shit. Do not write checks with your mouth that ass can't back up. Point blank, period. But back to the child, he should not know about this. The fact that you let him know all this and see all this is your fucking fault. And it makes me have a lot of concern for the child in that household. If anyone is stalking and harassing, it's Lauren, and I have to agree with you on that. You know what I mean? It's sad to think that he never sees his mother. I've heard that he had to come home for she had to come home to take him trick-or-treating and then turn around and get on a flight the next morning to leave again. That makes me upset. I hope that he sees his mother more than that, but so both parents are telling the child their narrative and encouraging fear in him. Seems like psychological abuse. It does to me, and I'm gonna leave it right there, but it does seem like some kind of abuse to me. I don't want to take that any further because I don't want to, make anybody feel like they need to do anything about that. But that should not be happening. These are things that if you feel like it's going on, you talk about behind closed doors in your room alone. Like, you cannot. The fact that that child is feeling that way, that strongly about all of this is sad and real bad fucked up. Even the judge said this is not stalking. I mean, and for you to say that it's secondary when it's because he's a child who has become a secondary victim to a parent that's subjected to stalking. We're not talking about people outside of your house. We're not talking about people that are following you in the grocery store. We're talking about you being upset because you didn't go out there and represent your company that you make all of your living and your money off of the way you should have. You went out there and represented it as a high school fucking mean girl and said a bunch of shit about a bunch of people that you should have never said. If you were representing the company as a professional, as you claim to be, then these text messages wouldn't be out there and you would have no reason to be upset. You said a bunch of shit you should have never said. And it's called karma. I don't know, the backlash from running your fucking mouth. That's what happens. You can't run and cry to the police because people have messages that came out of your fucking mouth or your fucking phone that you don't want to be released. Too bad, so fucking sad. Sorry. The child should have never been brought into an adult situation. Be a parent, protect your child from yourself. Yeah, even if it's her, right? Even if it's her, he needs to say, look, I think you need to go in the room. I understand that you're upset right now, or we need to close the door. Maybe put the child outside as long as there's a safe environment for the child to play at 8 years old. Maybe he could play outside by himself for a minute and get her calmed down. I don't fucking know. I'm not living in that house, but that child should not be aware of this shit. I'm sorry. That pisses me off to no end. He continues, the impact this has extended to me as well. I have experienced heightened anxiety, depression, feelings of helplessness, insomnia, and elevated blood pressure as a result of this prolonged harassment and stalking of my wife and family. As a clinical and forensic psychologist, my professional work has included evaluating individuals for the risk of recidivism or reoffense and patterns of antisocial and harmful behavior. In my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. First of all, the judge did not, there is no stalking injunction. There's a temporary protective order that has been stated. They're not violating anything, and they're not showing a lack of respect for authority or the court and rule of law. He's throwing that in there to condemn them and make them seem so fucking evil. Like, oh, they're disrespecting you, judge. You need to do something about it. Stop it. For this reason, I'm especially concerned for the safety of my wife, family, and myself. These restraining order violations, combined with the escalating psychological harm we have endured, have led me to respectfully request the court not only uphold, but strengthen the stalking injunction in this matter with the recommendation of referral for criminal fucking charges. There is no indication based upon past and current behaviors that the stalking and harassment will cease with or without the stalking injunction. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Utah that the foregoing is true and correct. So he wants her to be held criminally accountable. Y'all, put her ass in jail, he said. Parents make out without children knowing. They can have private discussions too. Exactly. And I want to be very careful about that Malibu surf. I don't want to influence anybody to do that, but like I'm not gonna lie, the thought crossed my mind. I'm not that I would never call, but I would say, like, I don't know, somebody needs to look in on that and make sure that child's okay, and I'll leave that at that. Now I know I've got to go because we got to go do the trunk or treat thing, but I know Hannah had talked about the last end of this, so we'll watch this, and then tomorrow we'll come back and continue to go through these documents. And I will attempt, as long as I have time tonight, to read through Greyson's and Lauren's documents like we just did and put out the exhibits in the order that they are referenced in the document. True crime. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Yeah, please do not contact any authorities. We do not need, we don't condone any of that. All right, I'm going to play this again is from Jay for Justice Podcast. I think she's still pinned at the top of the chat. She is. If you guys have not subscribed, please do so. This is the hearing. I put it at 46 minutes, so we're going to listen from 46 to the end. She said that the judge laid down some truth bombs and that we should all hear it. So we're gonna listen to it real quick. Stevia, thank you for becoming a member. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. I hope you like the new videos you now have access to. Thank you so much for the support. I will grab the haunted train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Stevia. He is making all the emojis. Thank you so much.
I did. I have not received any videos contrary to, or I haven't received the evidence that he claims to have produced. I haven't seen it in my inbox. I haven't seen any notices filed with the court. They were produced.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to provide the email that we provided Mr. Dell.
In any case, even if they were provided, it was just last Friday. I haven't had a chance to review it.
Yeah, this is the problem with the cramming that's going on. Is we do have some real due process issues. First of all, are we done with Ms.?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Let me step down. Thank you.
The ghost is cute.
I'm going to withhold admitting those right now, and you can make that motion again when we motion to admit. I don't know that we need anything else from this. You're relying on her declaration to lay foundation. So I'll withhold admitting them. Are those that, you guys can sit down, are those the two witnesses we need today?
Yes, Your Honor. Just revisiting that issue, though, I mean, the issue that I'm having is I'd like to make a motion to dismiss the temporary restraining order today. Again, almost a month is a long time for a temporary order to last, and I think that particularly Defendants 12, the Boise Police Report, is really central to the way that Ms. Matthais obtained the temporary order in the first place. She represents...
So that's going to be hearsay. I mean, let's talk about that. That's one of the things. That police report's hearsay, and her testimony doesn't get you past hearsay.
Well, so her testimony can lay, and if you'd like, I can absolutely lay foundation for how she received it. It's a business record. The police have kept it in the ordinary course of business.
You don't have an officer here.
This is a civil proceeding. That's right, but she can testify that she received it directly from the police along with the other videos and things that the petitioner submitted. And with that, it's kept in the ordinary course of business. It is a police report,
but she couldn't lay foundation. And you might look at it, she can't lay foundation that it was kept in the regular course of business. She's not the records keeper.
I didn't mean to just let it play. I had to step in there and tell the kids to get dressed real quick. But I'm listening and I'm agreeing with. They said it's not civil. I think it should have been. I think if anything was filed, it should have been something civil. Hannah said, this is from Jay for Justice podcast. Her link is pinned at the top and in the description. If you want to subscribe, yes, please do so. I like Jay for Justice. Oh, Hillbilly Belinda. It's also good too. Who was just in Lord Jesus, my brain is moving too fast for my damn mouth to catch up. Hillbilly Belinda has a channel too. I'm going to drop her link. I like her channel as well. She talks about the drama in the true crime community, and I'll drop her link. Hillbilly Belinda is great too. You don't know enough. Not my situation. Yeah. Okay, let me. I'm going to grab Hillbilly Belinda's link, and I will drop it in chat. This is again the audio from Jay for Justice podcast.
For the police department. I mean, and really, let's go to your primary point. I don't want to get caught up on that. Your primary point is that you've got some issues with the temporary stalking injunction being extended during this time period. And from your arguments previously, it seems like your client's primary concern is that this impacts her ability to make a living.
Yes.
And her free speech rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is impounding on her free speech rights. And that's what it was from the beginning. And I'm glad that he ruled that way because she can't speak on anything. She's lost her First Amendment right as long as this temporary protection order or stalking injunction, whatever they call it. I apologize about not having the proper term right now, was in place. And that's not fair for her because, again, she's just releasing text messages that Lauren put out her damn self. I'm sorry, Lauren, that you said a bunch of shit that you regret. Maybe you shouldn't have fucking said it in the beginning to begin with. I just dropped Hillbilly Belinda. Her link to her channel. Please subscribe if you haven't. She does drama in the true crime community and Girl World. I don't know much about Girl World. I met her with the drama with the true crime community, but she'll definitely keep you laughing. And I really enjoy Hillbilly Belinda. There is supposed to be a lady spilling the tea tonight. She has a channel that's called Difficult Research. This is what it looks like. I'm going to drop her link again too. She is Cresha Easton, a member of the Woodcock family, and the Woodcock family is related to Lauren True Crime. Lauren's something, like the victims that Lauren was talking about. So I'm going to drop her link again. We dropped it a couple of times during the live stream. This is her live tonight. It says an immoral crusade targeting an entire community, and it is titled Controlled Opposition in the Daybell Case, My Experience with Hidden True Crime. And it starts at 8:30 my time. I am in North Carolina on the East Coast. So I'll drop her link. We're going to jump right back over here to the Hearing from Jay for Justice podcast, and I will drop the link to the live tonight in the chat and see you guys there.
Talk to me about the free speech rights.
Right, Dandy, have a good day.
How does this impact her free speech
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so with that, Your Honor,
and I read your case law. I want to know factually what in the stalking injunction prevents her from saying what she'd say. Go ahead.
Sure, Your Honor. Well, so, and we don't believe that it does, but petitioner has alleged that by posting videos, again, without using the petitioner's name or her likeness, that she has violated the temporary order. Now, the amended temporary restraining order does say to keep off online. The respondent understood that to be, do not contact her on TikTok, do not contact her on Instagram or on any other platform. The allegation is simply by referencing, making a post that's related to the petitioner online, that she's somehow violated the temporary order. There's 3 videos that they claim have already violated it. That's 3 of the 6 alleged violations that they're prepared to talk about today. And so there's got to be some clarity there. That just doesn't jive with Towner or with Fischler. Certainly the First Amendment allows talking to third parties or the public about somebody. That's Towner v. Ridgway. That's been the law for a long time. Fischler reiterates it. It's just.
I agree with that. The only thing that I would question about the stalking injunction would be where they called to look up John's credentials. Maybe you could get them for stalking in some capacity. And I don't even know that that would be stalking. I mean, to be honest, they're just inquiring about his credentials. But that's the only thing I see as anything they might could get a court order about. Everything else is just you got an internet troll that don't like you. I mean, deal with it, move on. There's going to be people when you create a YouTube channel that don't like you. I mean, don't pay no attention to it would be my advice.
Plain letter law in Utah. She hasn't communicated through these posts to or specifically directed at the petitioner. And for that reason, I mean, she's basically gagged online at this point, according to petitioner. Now, we're hoping that the court determines and agrees with us that you can't interpret the amended temporary order that way. But certainly they've alleged that on the language on its face that she's not allowed to go online and to post anything related to the petitioner. And obviously that's got First Amendment issues, and practically it's unfeasible. Everybody goes online and everybody can comment with their friends. Instagram, TikTok, those are ways that we communicate these days, and certainly Ms. McCoy is entitled to communicate to her friends and followers via these online platforms. And it's simply unfair to go another 3 weeks just allowing petitioner to collect videos that have been posted that are First Amendment protected and bring them and use them as a cudgel when we get finally to court for the full hearing, which we thought was going to happen today.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and respond.
I have to object to the characterizations he's made on behalf of myself or my client and our positions. The evidence, like we're getting lost in weeds. The motion he made was based on the declaration, the testimony we've heard in the declarations, that the court should suspend
I have a pregnant Lorax. Go.
But there is no evidence to suggest that. Like, that's not the question. The question, Your Honor, is whether or not my client has the burden to prove that it should.
She's so silly. Southern said, wouldn't that just be verifying someone's claim about their educational background? Nothing sus about that. Employers do it every day. You would think so. And that's why I'm like, the only thing I could think, I mean, I don't know if they could possibly say that, you know, they're interfering with my husband's work and his, you know, by looking up his credibility. I don't think it would necessarily be illegal because, like you said, they're just looking up to check his credentials. Could it be a little bit weird or questioned in court? Yeah, but I think that's about all they have because the rest of it is normal social media stuff. It's called DORA, Department of Regulatory Agencies. All states have one. See, yeah, his stats would be public, so they can't even do anything about that. Lauren just thought that she, nobody's allowed to talk shit about me. Do you not realize who the fuck I am? I'm Lauren motherfucking Matthais. Like, you best keep my name out your motherfucking mouth. I don't care what I've done, and that's just not how it works, sweet pea.
Continue. There's been no motion to set it aside at this point. So that's improper. That's not properly before the court. The rest is just argument and representation.
Why would he file a motion to set it aside? He thought he had a hearing today to deal with it in full.
Well, I'm just saying procedurally, there are procedural ways to do that. Those haven't been met. Satisfy the other arguments about what's been said online or what they're about have yet to be proven and shown. Virtually all of what he said is not based on evidence that is before the court today. So the court can't make that ruling today.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and with that, Your Honor, this is a motion that we're making it. We learned minutes ago that this is going to be extended for another 3 weeks, and this severely impacts respondents' civil rights. I mean, this is what we have. I mean, at a minimum, we need a clarification for the amended temporary order that that makes clear that she's entitled to go online and talk about whatever she chooses to talk about online, and that certainly can't be a gag order that it has extended, that we're going to be on for a motion for sanctions about, and that's going to go for another 3 weeks now.
Your Honor, I would object to the characterization of the language of the civil stalking injunction itself. It's not what he represents it to be.
Well, I'm reading it, and it's my order, so I'll make the interpretation of it.
Sure.
Okay. I do have, I'm not sure how this was interpreted, but let's go back to the purpose of an ex parte temporary order. That is to stop any harm. Specifically, we're looking at ongoing threats or physical harm that could happen. It's made without all the information. It's made simply, basically from one side, providing the information. As the ex parte order right now, it prohibits personal contact and prohibits threatening, annoying, stalking, harassing. That will remain in place as is. As to the no contact order, that will remain in place. Specifically as to the text, mail, email, or any other communication directly or indirectly. In other words, I don't want them talking to each other. Now, it does identify other people and family members for sure. So Mr. Matthais is sure going to be covered by that. As to Greyson Yor, is there any reason that your client would need to contact Mr. Yor?
Miss Yor, but no.
Oh, excuse me.
So don't contact each other. I mean, that sounds like that's how it should be to begin with. Don't contact each other. There's no reason for the police to get involved. Southern said also if he's an adjunct professor at a publicly funded school, his credentials would be available on the State Board of Education site for that campus. Right. You would, yeah. So I don't think even at that would be the only thing I would question. And like you guys have pointed out, I don't think even at that they could do anything about it. Lauren rambled for 9 hours, and then at the end, she didn't even take time to read the super chats after people listened to her for 9 hours. Seriously, just throw more money at me. They're all crazy people. I agree. It's sad. But she thinks that's what she deserves with a $50 tier on fucking Patreon. And $15 just to talk to her. That's ridiculous, in my opinion.
Miss Yor, thank you. Okay, then Miss Yor's included on this.
And that's what it sounds like, isn't it, Lorianne? That's what it sounds like. It's still playing.
Son is covered by this. So that will remain in place as well. As far as the stay away order portion of it, stay away from her home, that will remain in place as well.
Okay.
Is there any reason why she would need to go to near a job site or a school of Ms. Matthais?
Well, no, but just to clarify, I mean, there's public places where they both
I'm
may
going to deal with that.
Okay. So no, not in Henderson, Nevada.
Okay. And then I think this is the provision that may be misinterpreted here, that she's prohibited from online forums and social media accounts. But that was in kind of in parentheses, TikTok, but then it says down there the 2025 CrimeCon Expo that was in Denver, Colorado, September 5th through 7th. When I was reviewing this, that was what I was looking at, was that CrimeCon. I in no way intended that the respondent was to be kept off of social media sites. I do think that's freedom of speech issues, and I don't think that this order was intended to cover that. So she can get on those now. I guess she runs the risk if she's on those and those are interpreted as annoying or harassing, although I will say that's a fairly high bar in the sense of just because somebody says something you don't like, that's not going to be a violation of a stalking injunction.
What? Just because somebody says something you don't like, that's not a violation of the stalking injunction.
Boom, 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 bam.
But isn't that where we all started with this? Somebody said something that they didn't like. Leisure said she thinks she's a celebrity. Before this, I had no clue who she was. Gives off disingenuous vibes to me immediately. I could see that, and I agree. All they needed to do was talk to their dad. Stay away from each other, says the judge. Right. That's it. That's all. Bingo, said Mustang. I originally thought Bigfoot was hiding in her bushes. She's lost all credibility in my book. Right? If anything, it made her look a lot worse. It didn't help.
And there would have to be directed comments that were clearly meant for a specific purpose. Yeah. There was, in obtaining the order, petitioner made some allegations that she had strong belief that she was in immediate danger in relation, again, to the CrimeCon that was in Denver, Colorado. Now, as to the work environment, it does sound like the parties may attend similar court hearings. I'm assuming court hearings. Is there any other public buildings where they need to be in the same spot?
Well, the accompanying press conferences and other kind of public places is what we're talking about.
Okay. As to those, I do think that this order is not intended.
I don't either.
To stop Ms. from working.
So I would object to that characterization, Your Honor. Ms. Sorry, the respondent doesn't work at courthouses. She's not a criminal investigator. My client is. Okay. So the representation that they need to appear in public, they may appear in public places based on her employment is not accurate. She has no employment in this field.
I think it's not disputed that they're public places. It may be in dispute whether they consider her to be a professional in this field. We certainly do call that a disputed issue, but it's not disputed that they're public places.
What does she do?
She takes photos.
She's a photographer?
Yeah.
She's not a photographer for the court?
Hold on.
Sorry?
Well, that's true. She's a freelance photographer, and she also is, like everybody, trying to make her way in this true crime industry.
I freelance for you.
Okay, that's right. She does freelance work for some national news outlets you would have heard about.
Not anymore.
Okay. Yeah, let me address the public place argument first. That doesn't fly because stalking injunctions often cover public places. However, it does sound like she has a right to be there and she's got a purpose for being there. And if that's the case, if she's there with a purpose, then she can be there. The order is that they will keep, that she will keep her distance because Ms. Matthais, she's not a respondent, there isn't a counter one. So Ms. is required to keep her distance from the petitioner. Now, it's hard to say exactly how far that is because it may.
I mean, again, he sounds like he's like playing semantics because they're like, just stay out of public places. And then they're like, oh, but we got to be there. And he's like, oh my God. Okay, well, since you got to be there, y'all just stay away from each other. Like, I don't know, are we babysitting here, or are we actually in a court of law trying to do things? Because I feel like I'm, daddy, like you guys said, telling you guys to stay away from each other. Abraham said, I still have no clue who she is other than her interview with Flabby Stern's parents. That's the only interview I've seen from her. But she has done other things with like Lori Vallow Daybell and all of the things. He said, my ass. What the fuck makes Lauren Matthais a professor in the true crime industry? Good question. Herself and her husband, in my opinion. What he just said is not true. Christina is a freelance photographer and a sketch artist too, I think. So they both have a right to be there. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. If she won, her lawyer would be paid for and she could bury them. Lauren is not a criminal investigator. She's not, as much as she wishes she was. Both women have the right and purpose to attend court proceedings. I agree. And that's why he's like, just stay away from each other. She could take her to small claims court over the lost $1,800 for the CrimeCon ticket and related expenses. I do believe it's possible, I would think. Yes, but you'd have to have the funds to pay for the lawyer until the case is over. Yeah, you would. Maybe Christine will start a GoFundMe for and sue for defamation. Maybe. Lauren is a criminal investigator. Does that make us investigators too? Oh shit. We can be investigators too. Isn't that cool, y'all? Now
It'd be different if we've got a media scrum or something and we're taking photos, then it may be closer. But she certainly cannot be right next to her. She certainly can't be making faces to her. She can't be making gestures. She can't be making comments. None of that can occur. If they're in a courtroom, like a courtroom here today, I'd expect that they would be on opposite sides of the courtroom.
Like, really, we just had to have a judge tell you, don't make faces at each other, girls. Keep your hands to yourself, girls. If you're in a courtroom together, sit on opposite sides. Because we know you don't like each other. Just, stay away from each other. Don't make faces. Like, a judge had to tell you that in a court of law. Don't make faces at each other if you're in the same courtroom. I would be fucking mortified if a judge had to look me in the face and say, if you're in a courtroom with Cara, y'all just don't make faces at each other. Oh my God, I would be mortified. I would probably say, apologize to the judge and everybody in the courtroom for my atrocious behavior and just walk out then and there and say, you know what, I'm sorry for even bothering you with this high school bullshit today. Because I don't know, I done fell and bumped my motherfucking head and didn't have it on right. Again, like I've said before, I would kick my own ass for some shit like this. I would be like, bitch, no, stop it. And the judge agrees her First Amendment rights can't be impeded and her ability to do her job can't be impeded. Just stay away from each other. End of. Exactly. Like little kids. Exactly. My definition of a stalker is someone who wants to destroy your life and unalive you. They follow you home to work, the grocery store, etc., hiding in the fucking dark. You know what I mean? This, in my opinion, is the real reason Lauren dropped the case. Probably. Waste of valuable resources that could be dedicated to more important things. Exactly.
So I expect to receive a modified temporary civil stalking injunction with those changes incorporated.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry. There is actually one more place where the online stuff and the social media, way down at the bottom with other relief sought, is actually where I was quoting from earlier, where it says that she's not allowed to post relating to or referencing petitioner. And that's, I think, one of the things that we need to clarify.
Where it says respondent shall cease and desist any and all online activity and communications relating to or referring to the petitioner, her immediate family and extended family members.
Is that portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made?
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her, that's something she can, I guess, theoretically do. But she needs to be careful in walking that line.
Is there any clarification you could give us on what might be qualified as negative?
Well, if she's threatening her, again, we have to go back to the purpose of a stalking injunction. If she's threatening her, if there's a harassment that would cause emotional harm. I mean, all of us run the risk that somebody's going to say something bad about us. Whether that turns into harassment I think that's a high bar.
Exactly. This is somebody talking shit about you from online and has text messages that you are dumb enough to send her talking shit about people. All of us run the risk that somebody's going to talk shit about us. We have to learn to look the other way. It does not constitute fucking stalking. Jesus, Lauren.
Is there any evidence?
Let me be clear on this, Mr. Dale. This civil stalking injunction was in no way meant to silence what Ms. is doing. And I want to be very clear on that. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
You just got told. You just got told by the judge.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
That's what I'm talking about.
I guess I'm looking for clarity on what it is the court is basing its ruling on when it says what she does or what she's doing. And
what do you mean?
So the respondent isn't a true crime investigator. She's a photographer. She has an art channel on Instagram. She has separate media accounts, social media accounts that discuss solely the flaws of my client, to air them, to cause her harassment. I guess I'm not sure that, but we haven't had a chance to provide all that evidence yet, so we'll do that at the next hearing. My concern, though, is that based on just the testimony today, that has not been challenged or refuted, and so there is still an outstanding concern that the activity we've alleged that is happening online and in person and to other contacts has not been refuted properly and is not.
Yeah, and I'm not making a final ruling. I'm making a temporary order.
So if the order is to remove this online protection from specific directed, harassment, embarrassing things that would cause my client emotional distress, I guess that's what I'm looking for clarification on. Is the court withdrawing that based on something it saw today? Because there isn't anything we've seen today that would.
Well, I think what the court is looking at is we're trying to get more clarity than a one-sided order that was initially signed. That was based on one-sided information.
Sure, and we don't mean to interfere with her public or First Amendment rights. But to the extent she has made specific channels titled Objection, Your Honor, that are about my client, we would ask that protections or restrictions on those accounts be held in place until we can have
seems to be directly a freedom of speech issue.
They're directed at my client.
Right, which is a freedom of speech issue. You can say things about people. We may not like them, but we can say things. What she's prohibited from doing, let me be clear because you're asking for clarity. She cannot threaten. She can't threaten her physically or her family. She cannot defame her. If there's a defamation, then that's something that's illegal and would fit under a stalking injunction. I think that's what we're looking at is that she can't do.
I can represent to you that there are many, many videos that defame my client.
Okay.
So I would ask that temporary protection be in place until such time as we can review, the court can review the defamation nature.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm amending it saying that she won't threaten. We're going to be very clear online. She won't threaten. She won't defame.
I mean, right. These are First Amendment issues, not threatening issues. Lauren is just too big for her britches. Exactly. Yep. I agree.
Thank you. Whether online or other.
Well, she's not talking to her in person. I expect zero communication as far as she can't talk to her, she can't email her, she can't text her.
Yep.
Mr. Donkelbarger, I want to be clear. She can't do that through a third party. She can't send a message through a third party. There is to be no communication there. The other parts of the civil stalking injunction remain intact as well. I don't want her near her house.
Does the 500 feet specifically remain?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, as to her house. Now, like I said, the only exception to the 500 feet is if they're in a public space that they cannot be 500 feet apart. And then I expect them to be as far apart as reasonably possible. That's language.
See, and for that right there, that was where Lauren got upset. I bet money because She went to CrimeCon and she was like, I have the stalking injunction against her. She needs to be removed from CrimeCon. She needs to be removed from all these places. Look, everywhere I whip out a camera and start to record, she's here. But the girl was there first. Lauren is following her and then having people remove Christina because, again, she feels like she's too big for her britches and she's wielding that control. That fucking power has gone to her fucking head. And the judge is putting her in her motherfucking place right now. Southern pointed out her attorney is squirming because he has to go back to the office and explain to his boss, Lauren's brother, how he failed miserably in this bogus attempt to deny First Amendment rights. Exactly. How is he going to explain to her fucking brother that he didn't get that injunction order like his sister wanted?
Got one in there, Mr. Dunkelberger.
Yes, Your Honor.
You do. They do.
But otherwise, that is 500 feet. So Mr. Dunkelberger, if they're in a mall, your client needs to move away 500 feet. If they're in a restaurant, and if your client comes in second, then your client needs to not go in and needs to leave.
What if it's the other way around? What if she was there first?
Well, and why would your client go in if she's worried? Maybe she's worried about her health if she knows her there.
That's the key.
Oh, why would Lauren go in somewhere if she knew that Christina was already there? Somebody making sense?
If she didn't know she was there, but the respondent says, well, I was here first, what should my client expect to do in that circumstance?
Well, I would expect if your client is worried about her safety, when the reason we got a stalking injunction, and she goes in there, she would leave. Now, if by chance we've got Miss McCarthy is in there, I'm assuming your client's not going to go over and approach her. I'm assuming Miss McCarthy is not going to approach her and that she will leave. Provided she's finished her meal. But I expect that there would be no communication, there would be no, again, facial gestures, anything of that. They'd finish their meal, they'd go on their way.
I mean, again, be adults. Be motherfucking adults.
Boom, 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 bam.
Just be adults.
Be careful how we're using the tools of the law in this courtroom.
Oh.
And I expect the parties to use common sense.
Oh, yeah. See? How fucking
Hey,
hard
Ms. Dale, Mr. Dale, anything I've missed on you that you want else addressed?
Let me review the language, Your Honor. Oh, these clarifications you're making, I assume they apply also to the other protected individuals, her husband, her son, co-workers, etc.
Went through that, yep.
Okay, I think we did. Professional associates, other known professional associates of my client. Can we retain that language?
They're not covered under this list. So no, so you can have contact with them. What I did prohibit is third-party communications. You can't send a message through one of them.
Understood. With respect to,
finish up.
With respect to the online posts, I think that's the biggest concern for my client. In addition to defaming statements, is there any other clarification the court can give on what would constitute a defamatory statement? So that there's no argument. So there's no like.
What's legally defined as defamation? It's got to fit the legal definition.
Okay. What about harassment?
I don't know what that's going to qualify as, and I can't get into everything. I would say, Ms. MacArthur, I'd be careful in the way you do that. But again, if she's just saying negative stuff, this is not, again, a stalking injunction is not a remedy for shutting down speech that a person doesn't like somebody saying about them. And it seems like.
Oh, okay. A stalking injunction is not a way to shut down speech someone doesn't want people to say about them. And it seems like that's what's going on here. Call her on her bullshit, Judge.
That's what you're trying to do in this case.
Well, again, Your Honor, I would argue that we're not asking to restrict her speech. She can still go anywhere else.
That is speech. Online speech is every bit as protected as anywhere else.
Some forms of speech, like threats and defamation, are not protected.
And that's what I put specifically.
And if that's the best we can do, like that's most clear we can be, I understand. I just thought I'd ask for any additional clarification you can give to be instructive to both parties.
Yep. Okay. I think I've been clear on that. Mr. Dunkelberger, anything from your side?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, we'll plan on seeing you. We've got it to 2 witnesses. I will just save the time. Outside of the parties themselves, if you've got out-of-state witnesses, they can attend virtually unless they're going to be presenting hard evidence. In other words, documents or some other type of physical evidence. If they're going to be doing that, I want them here because it gets real confusing with the technology. And so other than that, if they're out of state, they can appear remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we will be in recess. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the end of that, and that was from J is for Justice podcast. Please go subscribe to her if you haven't. She is in the description box and pinned at the chat box at the top. Like some of you were saying at the beginning, I wonder if that is why Lauren decided to throw out her injunction after that. After that hearing and that judge saying, you know, basically you can't use a stalking injunction to impede somebody's First Amendment right to free speech. I wonder if she's like, well, this ain't going to go how I thought it was, and kind of gave up on it. And law and crime being there was the straw she grabbed at as her reason for doing it. Yeah, there is no threats. All she said she was going to do was release text messages that Lauren Matthais wrote, checks that mouth wrote that ass can't cash. This reminds me of all the shows on TLC and Bravo that follow families or couples' real lives, and the family's self-destructive happens so many times, and Lauren is doing it to hers, and it's sad. It is. That was the next Lauren. The next hearing, Ruth Ann, was the one where Law and Crime showed up and they canceled it. It was interesting. It was very interesting. Carolyn said, well, I sympathize with Lauren in the beginning as well because she was so dramatic. I thought it was a lot worse than what I'm hearing now and what actually happened. And a lot of us did. You know what I mean? A lot of us did. And I had sympathy for her too, but this ain't it. This just ain't motherfucking it. So I've got to run. I've got to take the kids out, but I'm going to work on getting the video out with me reading the declaration and just showing you guys the exhibits and going through it without putting my personal thoughts, opinions, and speculations on that. I will be at Difficult Research tonight. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. Thank you for subscribing to the new channels you guys have subscribed to. I will be back tomorrow. Can't wait till then to see you. Telling her sister she's going to release text wasn't a telling her she's going to release text wasn't a threat. It's just giving her a heads up. It's being a pal, LOL. Right. I mean, you can't get mad. You text her that information. When you send a text message, you should always assume it's going to be used against you. I find it hard to believe her husband can't see her behavior for what it is. I guess because he's in it, too close to the problem to see it. Maybe. She said that she didn't. Oh, that's where all of this started. Lauren said, Wall and Crime wants to air my son's mental health because it's a slow true crime month? And so she had to just not pursue her stalking injunction because Law and Crime was there to record, allegedly. It's a shitty thing that was done to her, but it's not stalking whatsoever. It's trolling for a reason, though you made your bed, now lie in it. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bam, bam.
She's getting trolled. That's it. Yes, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. If nobody has told you, you are enough. You are important. You are special, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.